Education in public for the purpose of conducting a school district business and is not to be considered a public community meeting. This meeting is an in-person meeting at the location previously stated. Questions may be submitted beforehand to liz.goodwin@bhas.org or presented in person during the public comment section as indicated in the agenda. Board members may be contacted through the email listed below. Requests for special assistance, including for persons with disabilities, may be sent to liz.goodwin@bhas.org. I call this meeting to order officially at 5:42 p.m. We will now begin the meeting.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
President Robinson,
Present.
Vice President Bradley, Secretary Triplett, present. Treasurer Creighton, Trustee Bowen, Trustee Buchanan,
Present.
Trustee Rocket Martin. We have a quorum.
This is just all the extra information. It's all the
Approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Support.
The motion has been made by Secretary Triplett and supported by Trustee Buchanan. Are there any questions, comments, or concerns regarding approval of the agenda? Hearing none, Secretary Triplett.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley, Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton, Trustee Bowen, Trustee Buchanan,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin. Motion carries.
All right, also, next we have review of our board norms. These are the Board of Education norms for Benton Harbor Area School. They are the governing rules that we use in interacting with each other as well as the community. So we are going to read them together. We will treat each other with respect. We will listen to learn. I will read them for myself. We will treat each other with respect. We will listen to learn. We will refrain from side conversation. We will use our time wisely, decide and end our meetings on time. We will challenge ideas, not people. We will ask questions when in doubt. There will be no surprises at the board table, and we will practice the 7 norms of collaboration. Our norms are pausing, paraphrasing, posing questions, putting ideas on the table, providing data, paying attention to others, and producing positive intentions. Next on our agenda, we have public comment on agenda items. You all will be discussing actually what is public comment. Alright. The Benton Harbor Area School Board of Education recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and the importance of allowing members of the public to express themselves on this matter. Today, there are 2 areas for comment on the agenda of which you may decide on to speak. Public comment on agenda items is open public comment. We request that each interested participant complete a public participation form using legible writing to ensure the responses are appropriate and properly spoken. Per Benton Harbor Area Schools Bylaw 0167.3, which governs board participation at board meetings, we request that you preface your comments with your name, address, and business affiliation when appropriate. Each statement made by a participant shall be limited to a 3-minute duration, and per our bylaw, no participant may speak more than once during the meeting. Participants may remove their mask when addressing the board. Participants shall direct all comments to the board and not to staff or other participants. The board will listen, take comments and questions under advisement, and not respond at this time. I, as president, will refer questions to the superintendent for research and response. Please ensure that your public participation form includes the contact information as requested. If you have specific questions to the board or executive team and require follow-up, please liz.goodwin@org. Is there anyone here currently for public comment on agenda items? And then Secretary Tuesday, you may note that my cousin Riley was in.
Will do.
Anyone for public comment on agenda items? Commissioner Allen, were you wanting to do a comment on the agenda item or later? We are.
This mine. Yeah. Y'all need to be on that.
Are you coming up with something? No. Okay. All right, so we are going to proceed with the meeting. Oh, you can go ahead and come forward, Commissioner Allen. Sanitation, okay. But I don't know. It's okay, we gonna throw you out.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I just want to address three things that I have questions about. And I thank you all, and good evening. It stems from what I'm looking at over here to my left. Being my brother's keeper community, and we're active, believe it or not. This is wonderful, and this is the first time they have actually come to a meeting for me that it melts my heart. And I just hope it's the first of many. We tried this for several years. We talked about it, including downtown, getting involved in city government. I want to ask a question about the purpose of the millages that go forward with the taxpayer dollars when they okay a millage to go towards the sinking fund. I know it's for repairs and everything. And I also want to know, I'm going to come back to that in a second. Student discipline policy, is there one, and may I have it, please? If I can have a copy, I'd appreciate it. I'm going to go back to the sinking fund. I went to business school today, and my heart just broke. I actually left in tears. When my sister worked for the school district, and I'm not trying to toot her horn or anything, because she was good at what she did when it came to cleaning up our schools, whichever one she was placed in. And what's going on over at Fairplain is ridiculous. The smell as soon as you walk in, and when you look, you can tell if something has been cleaned up or not. Our children should not be subjected to what they probably, is actually heartbreaking as a mother. Actually heartbreaking. Can we please, do we have custodians? Give our teachers, our principals what they need. Please. And there's something very wrong when it comes to discipline. If a child is acting out in class and they're disrupting those that are there to learn, I remember differently when we were in school. There's no way we would go back and disrupt those that are there to learn. Something else needs to happen instead of sending a disruptive child back to the classroom. Something, please. Because are we still looking for teachers?
Yes.
Okay, now we know why. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Allen. Anyone else for public comment on agenda items? All right, hearing none. Next on the agenda, we have approval of meeting minutes. Today, we are approving minutes from our regular session for 10/12/2021, as well as our closed session for 10/12/2021. Is there a motion to approve both minutes for 10/12/2021?
So moved.
Support.
The motion has been made by Secretary Tuesday and supported by Trustee Buchanan that we approve the minutes for regular session and closed session 10/12/2021. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Hearing none, Secretary Tuesday.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton. Trustee Bowen.
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan.
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, awesome. Next, we have board business, and we are starting with our audit report presentation from Mr. Nichols. The finance committee had an opportunity to get the presentation for the meeting. All right, so I will ask you.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. I appreciate that. Thanks for having us here tonight. So I'm gonna try to make this high level, as you mentioned earlier, we did go over this in detail. So I'm gonna try to keep this a little bit higher level. But first, I'm gonna say thank you to Scott Johnson and the business office, working with him, another year working with him, and the effort he shows year after year to put this district on the right path. And we appreciate working with him, his dedication to getting this on the track. So just thank you to him and his business office staff. So first and foremost, I just want to go over probably the most important part of the audit, which is the opinion, which is on page 2. And I might go through here fairly quick. But the opinion on page 2 states, financial statements referred to above present fairly in all material respects. So we consider that an unmodified opinion. That's the highest opinion. Oh, I'm sorry. The thicker one. We're going with the thicker one. Thicker one. I apologize. Page 2 is the thick one. The financial statements referred to above considered fairly in all material respects. An unmodified opinion, the highest opinion you get. It just means, we're stating that the numbers that we reviewed we believe they're materially accurate. And so, good job again by Scott Johnson and the business office providing those numbers and getting through the audit with us. The next item in the financial statements is the MD&A. So that really starts on page 6 to 13. That is really written by the business office. Scott Johnson had a large part in writing that information in there. Curious because I want to go to a graph there, but I think we have the board pack it up. I don't know if we can get the actual financial statement report up there, or if it's just the board packet. Just the board packet. If that works too. That works too. It's not the exact item that I want to go over, but the page is on right now. Perfect. And I'll be on page 11. It's going to be the document page 11, not the PDF page 11. So it'll be 11 at the bottom. Perfect. And this is the one item I wanted to highlight. So for the first time in many years of being with Scott and auditing the district, this is the first year that Benton Harbor is out of deficit for their fund balance. So what this graph shows is it goes back all the way to 2004. And then it shows, the precipitous decline and the eventual, rising up, essentially from the absolute, right, of where we are today. And so, again, I want to thank the board, because obviously you guys have a heavy hand in what goes on in the district, right? And Scott Johnson and coming together and getting on this path right here. Obviously, the job is not done, and we're going to go forward. Like we had mentioned before in our meeting earlier, keep the foot on the gas, keep going, because this is just the beginning of something great for Benton Harbor. So I wanted to identify that graph as being quite an accomplishment for Benton Harbor.
All right, Scott.
I'm sorry, go ahead. the first item I want to go over, the next item I should say, pages 16 and 17, this is the statement of net position and the statement of activities. This is the entity-wide or the district-wide view. So this actually has a lot of the long-term liabilities, capital assets, and pension and OPEB liabilities that the general fund, say the food service fund, won't show on there. And so here we show at the very bottom, the net position is a deficit of $20.7 million. And the reason we're at a deficit is essentially because of the net pension and the net OPEB liabilities, which were required to be reported a few years back. Those show about 2/3 of the way down the page. The net pension liability is $30 million. The net OPEB liability is $5 million. Those two items alone really drop the district into this net pension deficit. And so I just want to highlight that. Yes, it is a deficit. Last year, the deficit was, I believe, at about just over $28 million. And so we reduced that deficit by $7.4 million in the current year. And that's with flat expenditures and revenues increasing by about $3 million. Next item I want to note really is on page 18 and 20, but I kind of want to focus on page 20 because I think that has the better visual. So these are the fund financial statements, the general fund, the sinking fund, and then the group not major funds, which is made of the student activities, the other sinking fund, and then the food service fund. But what I want to note here is essentially the important part that we looked at the graph. In the general fund, the left-hand column on page 20, second line, second row from the bottom, fund balance beginning of the year was a deficit of $1.2 million, and fund balance at the end of the year, 6/30/2021, $3.18 million fund balance. So an increase in the year for about $4.4 million. So a great job there managing the revenues and expenditures in fiscal year 21. Revenues were up about $2.1 million in the general fund, so that's an 8% increase. And expenditures were only at $400,000. That's a 1.6% increase. So I just want to highlight that item there. I think that's a good visual to show where you were last year and where you are now. Then I'm going to move forward to the budget to actual, which is on page 22. And just a few items I wanted to show at the very top, total revenues, far right-hand column, we have a variance of negative $1.1 million. That means we budgeted for a little bit more than what we actually received in. And that has to do with the federal revenue funding, ESSER 2 specifically, the grant award notification. If that was signed prior to 6/30/2021, we could recognize that in 2021. Unfortunately, it was signed after 6/30/2021. Therefore, you have to recognize it in fiscal year 2022. So those ESSER 2 funds, you will see those coming through in this current year. So that's the main reason for that negative variance you see there. On the expenditure side, about 2/3 of the way down the page, we had final budgeted expenditures of $27 million. We actually spent $22.7 million for a positive variance of $4.2 million. So we spent less than we had actually planned. And then at the very bottom, you can look at the original and the final budget amounts of the fund balance. And we start with the deficit of just about $1.9 million, and then we actually end up at $3.18 million ending fund balance. And what we like to do with our clients is talk about the fund balance in regards to the budgeted expenditures for fiscal year 2022. I haven't been able to do that in the past because we've always been in a deficit here. So this is the first year I've been able to say that your fund balance percentage is 11.7% of next year's budgeted expenditures. And that's based on budgeted expenditures of about $27 million. We as a firm like to see districts within that 10 to 15% range for, kind of like a cushion, for a lack of a better term. But also in that range, you can reduce your short-term borrowing. Short-term borrowing. And then, if we get that fund balance a little bit higher, you go from reduction of short-term spending to short-term borrowing to potentially the elimination of short-term borrowing as we get that fund balance percentage a little bit higher. So 11.7 is kind of that, right now we're at a good spot. And, hopefully we'll see that at an even better spot in fiscal year 2022. So I just want to make note of that as well. Next, the notes of financial statement that really starts on page 26. A lot of detailed information in there regarding a lot of the balance sheet related items, detail on cash balances, capital assets, the pension, the OPEB, how that's kind of calculated. The only item I kind of wanted to identify there was really notes F and G, which talk about the short and long-term debt. I think that's kind of maybe the next step, kind of going forward with the district, is kind of keeping an eye on that and knowing what our principal and interest payments are. This is on page 39, I apologize. Starts on page 39. But just keeping an eye on what our principal and debt payments are in the foreseeable future. And I think those are good notes to kind of keep an eye on and have that detailed information so you know what's going to go on in the foreseeable future. Outside of that, the rest of the notes are pretty, again, pretty template, cookie cutter. We have some additional information in the very back, the last note, note L on page 59. We do talk about an accounting pronouncement where we moved to the student activity funds, which were kind of reported by themselves as a custodial fund. They weren't reported in with the general fund or the sinking fund or the food service fund. They had been reported there in the past, but now because of GASB, the requirements, GASB 84, what we call it, we now report the student activities in with its separate fund. It's now considered a student activity fund, so it's a special revenue fund, just like the food service fund is. So you actually have to budget for that as well throughout the year. So that's the only other item I wanted to note, that we added essentially in the non-major fund, a fund balance of $50,000 to our total overall fund balance, general fund, sinking fund, and all the non-major funds. So that I just wanted to highlight that item there in note L. The rest of the report is in the back. We kind of have the detailed information, really starting on page 71, detailed information of those non-major funds I just mentioned, the balance sheet, and really the income statement side of the food service funds and student activity funds. So if you wanted more detailed information on those items, as well as the other sinking fund, that information is in the back. But outside of that, that really is essentially the crux of the financial statement. So with that, we'll ask from the financial statement side, Mark will come up and present the single audit, but from the financial statement side, curious if there are any questions or comments related to that.
Well, before we open up for questions or comments, I want to give Mr. Johnson an opportunity. Was there any additional clarifications from the presentation that you would like to provide to the board?
Just one, I'd like to express my appreciation to the many parties that helped us get here tonight. You can see the list that we provided in the management discussion analysis portion of the audit report. We've got internal stakeholders and external stakeholders and partners as well. So I reiterate my thank you to all those folks, including a number of folks at the board table and everyone at the board table and of course in the audience and others. So thank you.
Awesome, thank you so much, Mr. Johnson. We will now open up the floor for questions for the initial report and then the second piece. Secretary Triplett.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Johnson and his team and to our finance committee for your due diligence and your work. These numbers sometimes can get a bit confusing. I would like to go to page 22 and just ask a general question. We talk about the general fund. So when you do the audit, when your company does the audit, you all go through and you look at all of the things that they've shown that got us to like $2.4 million in the area of operation and maintenance services.
Okay.
So, but I'm asking, do you all see all the different things, how do you, when you audit them, or you just go by the numbers that are given to you?
Right, so we do what's called risk-based auditing, right? So we can't look at every little item that go, we can't look at every expenditure. We can't look at all the little revenue items. So we kind of look at it based on where we kind of identify the risky areas of an audit, and that's from the revenues, cash, payables, and stuff like that. And so from here, we'll take a look at that from an analytical standpoint, and we'll look at, operations and maintenance last year, or maybe even the year prior, and say, all right, what were those values last year? Now, what are they this year?
Mhm.
Now, we would kind of go line by line, and Scott knows this very well, because I sent him my analytical review, my annoying questions. And I say, why did this go up or why did this go down? And then I get my answers from that. And if there's anything that I might not like in there, then we'll, seek further questions or support for certain items. But we don't necessarily go into everything and say, okay, what exactly was in operations and maintenance? Let's look at this one specific account number or this specific expenditure. We don't necessarily do it exactly like that. If that's the question you're asking.
It is. I just wanted to, how, when you look at this and you come to this resolve, so there's some things that we could probably find out. We talked in the finance committee. Since I've been on the Board of Education, I've just seen these numbers. And so to get something more in detail, I will reach out to the financial committee and we'll go from there. But again, thank you again to the team. It's good to be able to be a part of the Board of Education when we're not talking about an $18 million deficit. And that's all that we have. And the clarification that we do still have long-term debt. And I think that's very important that the community know. And that this is in the general fund. Am I not correct in making that statement?
The long-term debt?
We still have the long-term
Right.
debt because you'll hear Benton Harbor has 18 million, now Benton Harbor has 12 million. That's the long-term debt that we
Right.
still have. When Treasury comes and the state comes and that conversation is going on. But for this particular report, this is as it relates to the general fund. Am I not correct?
Well, we have the general fund. So the very first item I looked at, which was on page 16, so that's the statement in that position, that has your long-term debt in that report.
Right.
We looked specifically at the general fund.
Thank you.
The long-term debt is not in there.
Right. I'm clear. I just wanted just for when you
Okay.
talk, when we're reporting out
Yes.
and for people that's sitting in the audience,
Mhm.
that this is the first time, the difference between the general fund
Yes.
and the
Right.
long-term debt. Because we'll turn around and say, people, it'll be stated that, well, we
Yes.
don't have a we got $18 million and
Right.
$12 million. But when the auditors came and when it was presented here, that it said that we had a 3 million surplus, but that's in our general fund. So we need to make sure that people know the difference between what's being
Exactly.
reported here.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
All right, any other questions? You have the floor, trustee Young.
Yeah, what's your name again?
Mike Renner.
When I first got on the board, and I would like to thank Mr. Triplett and Ms. Clark, Andrew Clark, because some things that I wanted to say during that time when they had money in Benton Harbor, they said, you go say that. I was new on the board, I had retired from the school system. I wanted to get involved, because if I can't help you, I ain't gonna hurt you. And everything that I would ask, no name, the person said, let it go. And I want to thank Ms. Clark and Mr. Triplett and our superintendent and Mr. Scott. I love him. I was the treasurer years ago, and I told him, I said, well, I don't never get no money. I'm the treasurer. But I was just teasing him. I had to meet him at the bank. But it opened my eyes, and I knew that something, our kids are important. And things that were happening, I was like, I said, and I asked the person, they said, Lou, that's a cover up. So I didn't expose nobody. I didn't do anything. I'm just glad when we have our meeting in closed session, whatever, Ms. Clark and Mr. Triplett bring our stuff like you just did. I appreciate that. And thank you very much. All right.
All right, any other questions or comments? Hearing none, you have the floor.
Everybody?
Hello?
What I'm going to be talking about is the smaller of your two reports. I don't know if we're bringing it up on the screen, but it is less to talk about. Mr. Triplett, I appreciate you getting context for a report. That's helpful. And I think when it comes to single audit report, it's also helpful. This report's required for any recipient of federal funding to a certain level. So if you spend $750,000 or more in federal grants, you're required to have this audit. Your district this year spent close to $10 million. So every year you have this audit. I mean, it's a package deal, as if one audit wasn't enough, you have to deal with a second audit. So we work with Scott and his team really throughout the year. This audit is typically performed in the spring. We try to do it at an interim date to get started. This year really has been really the last 2 years has been like any other when it comes to federal grants and burden that it creates for the business office. I think that's important to understand as a board how much involvement a district needs to have in managing all of these grants. When you have $10 million, that's a lot of money flowing through. That's a lot of different federal programs. They're summarized in this report. But really a lot of work, and kudos to Scott and his team. There's been a lot of efforts over the years, a lot of turnover, I think, with some of those key staff people over the years that worked on federal grants that he's had to navigate through. And I'm really, happy. I don't have the same level of news as coming out of the deficit after 17 or 18 years. But what we saw this year were really good strides towards a really clean single audit. So with that, I'll go through briefly and try to give you that context of what the report's all about. So the first really 4 pages of the report, there's 2 different audit letters. The first one is a clean opinion that we have on our internal controls over financial reporting. So because what we'll follow here is a table with a lot of different grants. Those are the product of your financial reporting system. We do not audit every single grant that you see in here. So that's a really important thing to remember. This is also a risk-based audit. So what we do is look at 1, 2, 3. This year, actually 4. I was telling the finance committee, this is the first committee that we've ever had to do 4. That's out of your control. That's driven by expenditure levels and really the risk of some of this emergency funding on a federal level, not here at Harvard. That's really across the country. Moving on to the second report, this is the one I think of as really the more important report. It is a compliance audit that we perform, and our opinion on compliance is reflected in the second of the 2 reports. The most important thing I think to know is in the past we've had a qualified opinion on the title program, which is one of your larger programs, your Title I funds that come through. This year we were able to lift that. We got rid of a few findings from the prior year audit. Those were resolved, and the corrective action plans that were in place corrected those. And this year, happy to say we have an unmodified opinion for all the programs we tested, which is the goal. You still do have 2 findings, and that's talked about in the report. So the next step would be, get to the point that not only do you have the clean, unmodified opinion, but you have no findings that you need to work on. But those are really par for the course over time. They're going to have some instances where controls have failed, and you might find non-compliance with the program. And we went over those in detail in the finance committee, so I won't go into detail with them, I think, for the board today, unless you have any questions. Moving into the actual schedule, I think really an important thing, not only for the board, but also for the community and readers of this report, to understand is that these are all the grants of the district. Like I said before, we do not audit every program. So just because we have a clean opinion on the programs we look at, doesn't mean that there could be some control improvements that can be made in other programs. And just because they're smaller expenditures in those programs doesn't mean they don't deserve the same attention. That being said, I think an important column here is the CFDA number. That's a unique identifier. So you as an individual, if you want to understand some of these programs and what your district is being required to do to comply, research that CFDA number. It's unique. You can get to a guidance document that the federal government puts out that not only you can use for ensuring compliance with those programs, but also to know what else is auditors are required to look at when we come in for this audit. Scrolling through, you can see on page 12, $9.8 million. That's the total expenditures in the expenditure column. Page 13 and 14 are the notes of the financials, fairly cookie cutter standard notes for this type of report. One thing to point to on page 14 is a reconciliation that we're required to do between federal grant revenue and the expenditures. So when Mike went through his report, you would find this $9.83 million figure in the total federal grants district-wide. So that is a large number. Like I said, a really heavy burden when it comes to compliance. It's a lot of work. Page 15, reading through here, 15 I've always thought should be the first page of the report because it really summarizes everything that you look at. You see a lot of no's checked. That's the goal, to have those all done. We still have the 2 findings. You'll see the one box checked yes for an internal control finding. But unmodified opinion there in the middle of the page. If you look at last year's report, we won't have that. So that's a big change in this year's. The major programs, and that term major programs is just what you should think of as the actual grant programs that we look at in the audit after our risk-based selection process. So you can see the child nutrition cluster, that's a common one that we look at here every year. Title I is also a common program that we look at just due to the magnitude of those programs. And then with all of the CARES Act funding that's gone out to districts in the state, the coronavirus relief fund, and also education stabilization fund, just the risks from a federal standpoint, they've deemed those high-risk programs. Those are being audited everywhere. Really any school that you come across, if they're receiving a decent amount of that, they're getting audited.
Beyond that, the pages that follow are the talk of the two findings. One relates to meal counting and the other to private school participation in the title program, and those are detailed here. Those are repeat findings, nothing new this year. I think important context for the meal counting finding is that with the new system that the state is requiring, there's a lot of hard copy documentation. I'm sure your food service people could attest to the challenges of the last 2 years of really tracking those meals. So if you think about, different meal delivery sites, different people that need to be involved in the process to make sure kids in the community are receiving the meals that they need, present a lot of challenges. So that is a common finding that you're seeing in a lot of districts throughout the state, just due to that hard copy human error element of the documentation. On the very last page, last thing to mention is a corrective action plan for those two. We worked with Scott and his team on including that as a required component of the report, that we develop a corrective action plan and look to implement that. So again, really positives, I think, this year, steps in the right direction of having the outcome modified opinions in a single audit, and really looking forward to next year. We're close to clearing these final two findings, and that'll be a positive next year if I'm back here presenting. So any questions? I know that's a lot at once.
Thank you so much. Any questions for this presentation? Okay, go ahead, Vice President Bradley.
Not really so much a question, but just a comment. Everything was thorough and before, but I think was reported correct. But I want to say to the community and to my fellow board members, make sure we stay on the right track. And let's continue to do the job, especially when it comes time to different things that were messages out in the community. I know we may have different opinions on a lot of things or a few things, but let's just make sure that we're staying on the right track and example what we got to do.
All right, any other comments or questions?
I do have one small comment. So my comment is to the audit findings. We did have the pleasure of getting the presentation before this meeting, but I just want to point out to the board and to anyone else who's looking, if you look in the second to the last column on the last page with the corrective action, those are the plans that are in place. Although these, corrective action, might seem like obviously you want to have none, but I do think that I can probably say we're moving in the right direction, and that our CFO does have a plan to continue to put things in place to correct these things. And I think, as we think about governance and oversight and accountability, that's where we are. We like to know the next steps. And so if anyone on this committee is wondering, those are our next steps, and that's second to the last column. Thank you both for coming, and thank you for to the finance department for the hard work.
Thank you, Treasurer. And I just want to point out that she is the chair of our finance committee, so we thank you for your efforts. Well, was there another question?
Yeah. As I look at this report, and again, thank you so very, very much. Having an opportunity, especially when you to go to the corrective action plan. That's where my eyes went when I first got on the board. For the last 2 years, I've been looking at these audits. So are we to assume that the corrective action plan from last year, if it's not on here, are we to assume that that was corrected and that it is no longer viable, those corrective plans from last year?
Correct. If you're referring to the 4 findings that went away, and I did go fast at the very end, there's a section of a summary schedule of prior audit findings.
Right.
So it'll detail those, the other ones are missing from the corrective action plan. And you'll see the comment at the end where we say resolution, this finding has been resolved. So we look at those during the current year. We make the determination to comply with those. And even though they stay in the back of this report, as they were in the finding last year, we were making it clear that they're not being repeated this year.
So on page 12, I think it was when you said the federal CDF numbers, and that we want to find out what are the guidelines to make sure that we are on point, so that these things are in place. Is that where you we could go to those particular things to find out and make sure that we're on point?
Correct. Then there's a document called a supplement, a federal compliance supplement. And that is where you can find, it has a section for each one of those CFDA numbers. It has a whole 10 to 20 pages on here of the program objectives. On a federal level, it's important to remember that if you do go to look, at the document. It is meant to be directed to all recipients of grants. That doesn't necessarily mean those requirements will apply at your level. So you're a school district receiving funding mostly through other sources, whether it's state or county, or directly from the federal government. So that's an important distinction piece, I think.
Okay, one more thing, one last thing. When you said you guys did look at our title, which is a major portion of our budget.
The title, you said.
The title, our title fund,
Yes.
which is a large portion of our budget. So everything that you saw in our title budget, because I don't see anything, red flags or anything in here. So again, are we to assume that with our title fund, that everything is in compliance and everything was done properly and there's nothing that needs any corrective action?
Well, I would say that you're to the point that we felt comfortable changing the opinion on that program as a whole. So that's first and foremost, your goal is to have the unmodified opinion. So we last year had it qualified. So whereas you went from that to an unmodified, you still do have one finding. And I think, it's kind of similar to the point Mike made of not letting the foot off the gas and some of these recent improvements.
Right.
It's the same point of emphasis in these programs. Improvements have been made. You've had some staff retention, I think, working on the program. When it comes down to it, there's a lot to compliance, specifically with title.
Most
with
definitely.
title funds.
Yes.
And, in the same way Mike described our process, just because we aren't finding anything doesn't mean there aren't needed improvements in some areas that maybe we are not looking at. Because it is risk-based, we sample expenditures, so we're not looking at everything that there is spent within that funding source. If that makes sense.
It does. Thank you. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you so much. And again, awesome job to Mr. Johnson and the team. Chief, Dr. Townsend, our board, we're super excited. Thank you so much. So we actually have a staff report attached. And I will actually give Dr. Townsend the pleasure of reading that, presenting that to us. This is staff report B1.
Yes, we will see. All right. Subject audit presentation, reason for board consideration. Board policy requires that after the close of the fiscal year, an audit of all accounts of the district be made annually by an independent certified public accountant. Facts and analysis. Auditors from Hungerford Nichols recently completed the external financial audit of the district's 2020-21 financial records. This evening, representatives from Hungerford Nichols are here to present a summary of this year's audit report. Policy reference 6830 audit. The recommended action is that the Benton Harbor
relationship between Student Health Center and the high school. So I'm just, right from the district. I mean, we'll talk about the kids that we see and everything. We are, priority number one, which is where we're located, is for those kids coming from high school. So I'm only one of 4. So again, I'm a medical provider. I'm a family nurse practitioner. I've been at Intercare for 10 years in various capacities. I do work Tuesday mornings over at the main Intercare site. I kept some of my patients that I felt like I kind of couldn't let go, who were willing to only be seen Tuesday mornings over there. And then I also do some treatment for substance use disorder over there at the main site. So that's Tuesday mornings. Otherwise, I'm full-time at the Student Health Center. We used to split that between 2 providers before I came. Now it's just going to be 1 medical provider. And I'm going to let everybody else here with me introduce themselves. Speaking on his behalf, Mr. Overton, which I'm sure a lot of you know, and he's been in some capacity working with the youth of the county for years. And he lost his mother. So he did plan on being here and he's not able to join us tonight because they're working on some services for that. So Mr. Overton, for those that do not know, is our behavioral health specialist. He's by the state called a school-based therapist. And that is exactly what his title states, that he's there in that capacity for counseling and anything else mental health related for any of the students that we service.
I'm Cheryl Land, and I am the student health coordinator, and I've met all of you at some time or another. And I'd just like to say, first of all, it's a pleasure to be here and see all of you and just continuing to do the work to take care of the kids in this community. We're here to serve the kids. No, it doesn't matter what. Whenever we go through like COVID, we were still there to serve the kids. I don't think they really knew that we were there. And it was real slow and we were a little worried because we're like, well, nobody was going anywhere and that was good thing. But we'll just let you guys know that we are here for the community, the children that are here in this Benton Harbor area school district. So, and my name is Cheryl Ann again.
Thank you.
Your name what?
Cheryl Ann.
Okay, okay.
My name's Ashley Sharp. I'm the clinic nurse. I've been with Intercare for 9 years. I actually started at the Student Health Center and I was here for about 3 years, from 12 to 15. And then I transferred to one of the sites in Van Buren County. And then the position opened up again and I jumped on it. I really
had a nicer provider that was there.
So I'm really excited to be back and to work with, I love working with kids. I volunteer with my own kids' activities. I really enjoy working with the youth. I enjoy working at the Student Health Center because I feel like we really get to know them, like they feel comfortable and they can really talk to us. So I feel like we get to know them, and then by getting to know them, we do get to help them. And my part as a nurse, I like to make sure that I educate about health and advocate that they make good choices. And I'm just really, really super excited to be back and to help with the kids here, because I think they're wonderful.
Just since Ashley's been back, she had a friend that came and photographed one of our, some of the students stay a little bit closer to us, plus the members of some of our committees, which we can talk about. And so a friend of hers came and donated her time yesterday and took her students senior pictures.
Wow.
So those are, Ashley's already coming in, moving. All right.
Yeah, now it's my
Not leaving, I'm leaving you though, right? All right, so in front of you, you just have a PowerPoint presentation, and so I'm just gonna go through that. There's not, it's gonna be just kind of a basic overview of us, okay? So as I talked about, everybody introduced themselves and we talked about Mr. Overton in his absence. There's gifts there. We apologize. I think maybe because Vice President Bradley wasn't here, we might have made sure it's put aside for you. So if we've missed anybody, please let us know. We'll make sure. Is that, oh yeah, I think it's from President Robinson.
Oh,
There should be a presentation there for him too.
okay.
Yeah, Michelle, I always count right, so you're confused. All right. Also, in your packet there, we've included all of our documents and all of our marketing and all of our material for interfair, so it's kind of in the back of the packet, I've attached all those there for you. I attached that so you can kind of see how the process works, how services are consented. So we can't provide, so if a kid comes over to the clinic, we can't provide shots or any kind of service like that, medical care, without a parental consent. We can one time with a verbal order, a verbal consent over the phone, but we can't continue to do that for obvious reasons. You don't want to continue, you don't want to continuously provide a medical service for a kid that a parent wouldn't be aware of, like vaccines. We do, however, have confidential services, which is a really big deal. I did not necessarily believe in confidential services when I first started practicing medically, but they're very important, and they're especially important in communities where you have parents that have to work a lot, where you have parents that might find it difficult to get kids to the clinic, or in any area where you have kids that might be at risk. The reason is, I just experienced this directly with my own son. My son in his high school, kid that he plays soccer with, has a father who is an alcoholic. Dad was drinking. It's a good family. Dad has a substance use issue and could be abusive when he was drinking. Stopped drinking, things were a little bit improved, but this kid was experiencing a lot of depression, probably from some trauma that he experienced during the time that his father was struggling. And so in that, he started reaching out looking for counseling services. This is when I realized just part of how awesome what we do is. I mean, we have kids that can come and see us, so this confidential service covers sexual health, mental health, and substance use health. And these kids can come over, and there is a limited amount of visits that Mr. Overton can have per year. But you want that. You want some oversight so that some rogue therapist isn't charging visits a year to our Medicare or private insurance, and it's not necessary, right? So there's some oversight to it. But I called 17 offices in the South Bend area, because that's where this kid was. And I could not get him a counselor without his parents approving it, right? So when we have parents who are struggling, or we have parents who are really truly just not doing a good job, right? Then how does a kid ever make it out of that into something better, right? When they can't reach out for confidential services. So that just really, I'm more appreciative to Mr. Overton. You know, this kid could just come over and see him and reach out about it. So that was pretty eye-opening. Even though I knew it was good, it got even better, all right? Who do we serve? So that's your second slide there. So we have youth and young adults in the entire surrounding area. It used to be limited to the high school. Ms. Sherilyn can correct me if I misspeak. And then I'm guessing most likely because of numbers in the high school at some point and just needing to be able to support ourselves, we opened it up to ages 5 to 21. A student with an IEP can be seen until the age of 26. Children under 5, we can see them if they're the child of an existing student. So we have gotten the privilege of seeing some of our couple of younger kids from our students that we're already serving. Everyone who comes in the door is considered. So whether we have an appointment, we do take appointments. It's not a walk-in clinic per se, but everybody that walks in the door, we figure it out, okay? All Benton Harbor High School students are seen during the day through a BHAS system. So in my mind, and I think in Ms. Sherilyn's mind, if a kid is coming over with a BHAS from the high school, we are not ever, unless, I'm not there. There are times where I need to get to something that is relatively important for my life or whatever, any of us, but we will talk to the kid about coming back the next day, what time, we don't want them sitting, we are very attentive to not having them sit around and miss out in class. So if they come in and the place is packed, then we'll give them a pass back and tell them to come back at a certain time so that they're not missing out in class. But making sure that we see those kids for whatever their needs are, whether it be that they need to get in for a sports physical because sports is starting, personal reasons. We do see a lot of that, so concerns regarding STDs, pregnancy, anything like that. And then really just mental health is just huge, right? And that's also considered, a lot of times we just have that as personal on the schedule. Okay? What do we do? So really everything that you would see in a family practice setting, any of you that go into your wherever you seek medical care, I am a family practice provider. I have a clinical nurse specialist in women's health. My plan in my life was to do some adolescent health and to work with pregnant teenagers. I got away from that and ended up in Cassopolis. I worked in Cass Family Clinic for years. And then I worked, I'm very sad to leave Cass Family Clinic, but Intercare quickly became a home. Very thankful for Intercare and Roma. And so when I came to, when I started doing that, I thought, I don't like adolescents. I'm so glad that I didn't do that, right? And I like this balance of family practice. And now here I am, right? And so thankful that it came around full circle. My plan was kind of to do this exact setting that I'm in now. So I am prepared to take care of anything that a kid might walk in with. Because kids, the stuff that I don't like to take care of is normally what we see in the elders. I don't like congestive heart failure and things like that as much. Anything that a kid has. So we do have diabetes, we do sports physical, all of the immunizations that the kids need, discussing weight, health, contraception. By state law, we are located on your campus. I cannot prescribe contraception at that location. Everybody can have an opinion. In my opinion, it's kind of a silly law because I can cross the street with my same computer and send it across the street to the pharmacy for the student. So of course we have ways of getting around it when we do need to write for contraception. We cannot pass out condoms or anything like that. We do have ways around that. There's cards that by state law you're allowed to give the kids that you take to the pharmacy and get condoms. But again, right, it's like you're putting up barriers to what you're actually doing. You just have to get around it. We talk about safe sex, we talk about risky behaviors, we talk about relationships, substance use. Mrs. Matthews, the registrar, so just these last few weeks, the letter went out that said that at some point, kids were gonna not be able to be in school just because of how far behind they would be on vaccines. Actually, in that letter that goes out to the students, it says that the Intercares at Harbor Student Health Center will see you. So we just have people that get this letter and then they immediately walk over, and a lot of times they're under the impression that they get to be seen right that minute. And we're pretty close to that. If not, we respectfully figure out how to get those kids taken care of. The best part of that, I would just like to, again, kind of throw out there, and this is the same thing with our sports physicals. I know that there's some providers that can provide a fast sports physical for some of the kids that come through. We are complete care. So if a kid walks in and they're due for a physical and they need vaccines, they get a physical. And at that physical, we screen them for substance use. We screen them for any risky behaviors. If we screen them for depression, every kid gets a full depression screen and a full substance use screen and a full social screen. Anything pops up positive on any of that, they're either talking with me or they're talking with Mr. Overton, and all of that gets done in that visit. So whether they're for vaccines or a sports physical, that's what we're doing. We've spoken in the school, so we went into one of the freshman classes. The plan is to get some more freshman classes just to kind of get out there for what we do. I've kind of been hearing about, especially from some people that we work with and they graduated from high school, that if you went to the clinic, it was only for one thing and one thing only. So we want to make sure and get the word out that that's not just what we're there for, which would be STD testing and treatment, right? We don't want that to be a reputation. We've had info tables at the open houses, not just at the high school, but at the parent-teacher conferences, at the feeder schools. We visited all those schools, most of those schools. When I first started, when we were kind of in the summer and it was slow, so just taking donuts, getting out there, giving gifts, letting everybody know who we are and that we're there. Because, you know, if you have, we had a principal who sent over a kid, I actually think it was Mr. Roseberg when he was still over there, sent over a kid who was concerned about just some mental health issues, possibly some medical health issues. So if everybody knows about us, then they might think about us when something comes up with one of the kids and send them over. So special projects, these are some things that are either ongoing or that we're working towards. So right now I'm working with the University of California, San Francisco, and what we're hoping to do is they have a research project that they're doing regarding contraception, and it provides, this is very specifically for adolescent females, provides them some education. They basically, and this falls under what is allowed in the location that we are with the state. Young girls come in, they can scan this code, it takes them to the site, they answer some questions, it talks about the risk, it'll feed me that information, what they need. These kids get a couple of $50 gift certificates or something like that for participating in this. And really it just helps get me information about them, and then also helps get them all kinds of information about contraception. It goes through all kinds of myths about being safe. We are interested in a mural competition. I am looking to meet with the principal regarding several things, one of which is the mural competition. We have a space kind of out on our wall there. Our wall for our building in general looks pretty drab, so we're working with our new intercare marketing director, hopefully trying to get something done with our signage out there. But then this was actually Michelle Ann's idea that there's a space out there that faces the high school, is kind of off to the side. It's like a window that you can cover or something. So we would like to work with Mr. Roseberg and the art teacher, whoever it might be, to try to get a mural competition going so that maybe we can offer a prize, however we do it. It looks good on a resume, whatever it might be for schools, that we would like to have a little competition to get a mural up there on the outside of the building. We received funding, so I applied for, I wrote up a proposal to try to get some monies from the health plans, sent those out, and it was Meridian that responded. Meridian sent us $3,000. I'm not sure how this is gonna work annually. I'll tell you what my plan was, and then we'll see how that goes. So the plan was that I'm going to work with one of the local running stores or shoe stores, ask for discounts, see what we can do there, maybe provide some kind of media coverage to help motivate that. And per semester, take a group of kids over there for a health club. So, you know, like clubs are designed in high school, we wouldn't be a class with credits, but we would be a club that kids could join. And part of that health club would be, I would have a certain number that I could take, I think it was 10 in my proposal. Kids would come over, we could go for the shoe fitting, they would get a pair of shoes with that, with being in the health club, purchase some fitness equipment, do some of the fitness classes, talk to them about fitness nutrition. Okay, so that's what health club would look like. It would be outside, it would be inside, there's tons of reasons for it, but you know, as long as we can keep getting the money. But we do have $3,000 to start with, which should get us plenty of equipment and get us through several semesters once we get this going. I do still have to speak with Mr. Roseberg. There's some space kind of in the hallway that's closer to our clinic that we would, like, I know the cheerleader has practice, maybe using one of those rooms just to give them a little bit more space. So just some things we're working on, but that will get started. We're going to start back with life skills. It has been we have done this before through our clinic and with the health teacher. Life skills class works on how to deal with stressors, how to deal with life situations. And before it was Nurse Amy, who's now your district nurse. She used to be the nurse at the Student Health Center 1 year before Ashley. And then now Amy's with you guys. And Amy was one of the people certified to teach life skills. She and one of our caseworkers. So now Ashley is going to go get the training to do life skills. And we already have all the material, so looking to get that started again as soon as possible. ESPERT, that's just one of our screening things. We have to do a quality improvement project with the state to keep our money. that is all about screening for substance use and quick intervention and seeing a change over 3 months of monitoring. So just let me know about some of the stuff that we do. Safe Talk, Mr. Overton is Safe Talk certified. This is regarding suicide risk and how to talk to your peers. Is that correct? And so Mr. Overton is going to be presenting that to our teen advisory committee. And I'll talk to you more about our teen advisory committee soon. And then we're also have provided sponsorship. So we're looking to sponsor robotics again. We have in the past. We've sponsored some races, some of the sports teams and things like that. All right, moving on, you'll see a slide that says TAC and CAC. So TAC is our teen advisory committee. Teen advisory committee meets every second week. Any teen in the school is asked, it's announced overhead to come and apply for the teen advisory committee. They are, and we try, the teen advisory committee, teaching them meeting formats. We have a president, we have a vice president, we have a secretary. We go on a trip at the end of the year to Lansing, where they can speak to their politicians. They get to meet directly with, in closed room with their politicians. They're a liaison between the school and our clinic. You know, what do you think the kids need? What are you hearing? We work on billboards. Their advisory, it's fun. It's great on the resume. Looks good. Community Advisory Council, that meets quarterly or more often depending, so that is a makeup of those of us from the clinic, people from the community, we have people from the Marion County Health Department, and parents. We would like to have more parents, but that makes up the Community Advisory Council. They're also advisory to us and to what we do with the school. I wanted to talk about funding. Because of our funding, so we are state funded. Because of that you'll see that there are some times where they'll announce overhead that the clinic will be closed. A lot of times it's just because we have conferences that we attend, lots of education. We have to work on motivational interviewing. We have to do a lot with STD and HIV things for the state. I think I've been 3 motivational interviewing trainings. I don't know. They like a lot of motivational interviewing. But because of the funding, this is why we have all of this. And so if you're human trafficking also. So if you know, if you're like, wow, it seems like student health center can close a lot this week. It's just an overwhelming amount that we have to, which everybody knows here, how much you have to answer to when you're receiving federal and state dollars. What is our impact? So we hope that our impact is positive, right? And as far as lowering the rate of STIs, educating on STIs, treating STIs quickly, so that we're not spreading. Substance use, hopefully, we're gonna really see, and I'd love to get you that information when we see it, because we're just going to enter into our first quarter where we're going to be really implementing this project, where we will be evaluating every 3 months as far as the substance use. So hopefully our impact will be to decrease some of the substance use. As you know, I mean, I have conversations with kids all the time about recreational marijuana use being one thing, daily marijuana use, sitting in a room by yourself because you're depressed and because you're stressed and because you have a lot to deal with is a whole nother thing. So those are conversations that we have, and we'd like to talk about the way the frontal lobe is growing, and we need to get it past at least age 21. And so doing everything that we can to have some kind of impact on that. COVID time, so our Intercare is our fiduciary. We had the COVID testing in the parking lot all during COVID. We will have the COVID vaccine in some capacity in our clinic. Every kid, anybody can get the COVID vaccine now at our main site. As you all know, I'm sure that it opened up to ages 5 and up. We do have that vaccine available as of Monday at the main site. We will have the COVID vaccine in our clinic, either there for every student visit, or we're gonna just have some events where we can offer it. We're not sure what we're gonna do yet. Just so everybody knows, that's gonna be a separate consent. The kid who already has a parental consent to come to our clinic can come to our clinic and get vaccines, but we would never provide a COVID vaccine with that parental consent. That's a separate consent, just because it's so new and we didn't do that. And what is our impact? And I really think I'm gonna just scream out here for Mr. Overton. I really do feel like that Mr. Overton's presence has the biggest impact. And I also provide, in family practice, when you see somebody, there's a lot of mental health stuff that goes with that, so I'm sure there's some impact there, but for the way that he reaches out to the students, the way that he interacts with the students is just something really special. And I've not ever seen this before, and so I'm sure that is where we're making the biggest headways, just through everything that he does regarding the mental health and the way that he interacts with the students. I have a slide here. Oh, and I want to go to funding really quick. I apologize. So there was some question, I think, as to our funding and what we give and what we receive. And so I kind of talked to you about what we're providing, which I think is invaluable. I just wanted to read you some numbers. So this was last year's budget. The budget is going to change a little bit. But our total, what we spent was $359,812. That was without a nurse. So we were a little bit under budget because for a few of the months we were without the nurse. So without her salary, without her, all the fringe benefits that would be under that line item. The state provides Intercare $195,000 out of that $359,000. So then the rest of that comes from Intercare. Now we can bill for our encounters, so we can submit our encounters for payment. But the state really doesn't require us to see a lot of unduplicated users, not repeated users, partly because it is really a quality service. So again, when you come in, there's a reason why we can provide every single thing that the kid needs. It's because I don't have to see 3,000 patients a year like I do as a family practice provider in Intercare. And then for our rent and building and repairs and all of that, it's $22,000 that we pay. 12,000 of that is in kind from the district or however that comes, right? So I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that. That's what that works, okay? Again, some of that might be a little bit different. I'm looking at our finishing year budget. We received $25,000 extra through the state that was offered because of COVID. I applied for that. I included it in the request and received that. That will actually put Mr. Overton full-time. He was not full-time before. We had to share him a little bit with the men's side. It also might give us a little bit of a caseworker we're hoping for, like a social worker. I'm sure everybody can imagine what we could do with a social worker class, okay? The future. So 2018 data in youth, right? 250% increase in gonorrhea between the ages of 14 and 17. Michigan was ranked 25 in cases of syphilis out of all states and 24th for gonorrhea and chlamydia. Right? So the future that I see is that we do something more with that, right? Our pregnancy, our STIs, and I think more importantly, we also deal with human papillomavirus, right, which causes lots of cancers, HIV. More importantly, though, is what is the mental health and everything that comes with any kind of trauma. We know, right, that that's the reason why we're making choices that we what we need to do for our money, you know, we have all kinds of things that we have to do to maintain our state dollars. Is there something through your quality improvement plan or meeting your requirements that we can partner with? We are here for that. All right, that's it. Any questions about anything?
All right, thank you so much for giving us such an extensive presentation and giving us a lot of details.
My time up for 20 minutes.
So I thank you so much. I think we have Vice President Bradley that has a comment.
Yeah, just a quick comment. I'm glad that you all are providing services. I heard you say you were looking to reach out. Have you talked to anyone that cares downtown? Because I know we used to work, when I worked over there, we used to work, I think it's some kind of presentation with CARES, so.
Is I think CARES is that Kina is receiving the funding through CARES? Is that right, or is that?
I think it's the health department. Yeah.
Oh, is it,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Like I said, I haven't been over there in 10 years, but I do remember, I know we used to work with it, so I don't know if you all.
I get them
reached
confused,
out.
like, I know Kina's receiving the funds to decrease teenage pregnancy,
Okay.
so that's, I need to see what goes through that, yeah, that's, and then I do know about CARES, we talked about that. But
Our whole thing is like, why is there no sex education board in this community, like no advisory? Of adults, a panel, like can't answer questions. And that, we don't know why, we keep running into this science, you know, that, okay.
Right.
We're trying to, we're gonna try to, I mean, she sexually educated kids all the time about, you know, what I wanted, conversations with the providers, to start to, like, as a community,
Right.
as a school.
Other questions?
Yes, Madam President. I first off want to say, I appreciate your guys' work. As a student back in my heyday, I benefited from the services with you guys. Have you guys noticed any trending alarms of an increase in STDs or mental health? Have you guys noticed an increase of people needing your services or students reaching out?
yeah, I mean, mental health, especially in COVID, it's been huge. I feel like I'm surprised, I thought I thought that we'd be seeing a lot more of the STIs, especially post-COVID, because everybody's been at home.
Yeah.
We wanted to be but I don't, I'm kind of new to exactly what I'm doing, so I don't know what the numbers look like. I'd have to go compare those to last year, which I haven't been able to do. But the depression and the mental health has just been, it's definitely.
No, there is a stigma around mental health. So do you guys offer like a service where students can do doctor on demand? I'm lazy, I don't like going to the doctor, I just do doctor on demand. Are they able to utilize services where they can just get on their phone, make an appointment with you guys and do a video?
Yeah, we have telehealth visits, telehealth, we still have telephonic, and Mr. Overton can offer all those services as well.
Thank you, John.
Absolutely. I do want to say the stigma around mental health, it has gotten, it's amazing. I went to go to colleges now on their visits. The first thing that they talk about is their psychological services, their counseling there. And I'm amazed by the amount of kids that do freely walk over to that office and talk to Mr. Overton or to any of us, but they walk in the door, there might be other kids around and it's still there. I think it still needs work, but man, is it getting better compared to the time when we were young? I mean, yeah, absolutely. It's definitely improved.
All right, I'm gonna go to Vice President Bradley, I think he had one more comment.
Yeah, and I was just gonna touch on that mental health part. I'm glad because especially in the African American community and other communities of color, mental health is one of those things that is not talked about. It leaves a lot of things left unsaid, people to be healed, especially from the older generation. So now the newer generations are opening up more and talking about it. I'm glad that you all are doing that. And most definitely, I hope you all get more resources, in that area, and then hopefully something will open up for parents too, to help them, families, go in.
Yeah, and Keenan King does have a program. I do not have the name of it in front of me, but we're all all very siloed in what we do, so we have no idea of all the awesome things that are going on out there. That's why I'm kind of just trying to figure that all out before I, broach that subject more. But she does have a parenting program through the health department.
All right, thank you. We'll go to trustee Rocket Martin and then secretary Triplett.
I too appreciate what I said. I appreciate that. And this sheriff, I appreciate them because they literally helped raise my grandchildren right over at the health clinic. And even Mr. Overton gave them training in how to do suicide training and help others. So I really do appreciate them. I wanted to know at the time when they were going over there was a parent advisory committee or a team, I don't know if it was a team parent advisory committee that had parents on it. Because I can remember serving on that committee, met once a month, with Ms. Sue. I thought that was really beneficial because it kind of kept the parents in the loop a little bit, as what was going on in the, at Intercare. And so, do you still have that?
Yeah, so that's the community advisory committee. And two of the teen advisory committee members, or two that usually come over to it, will come over to the community advisory committee. But yes, that's the community people's parents and people in our clinic, all our professions.
And I'd like to also, say that I appreciate how you can service the children after they graduate high school. I was just in about a couple of weeks ago with the student to receive some services. And, it's just wonderful that it's so close and that you see them, that you actually see our children, and that you help them. I can remember my granddaughter being in the hospital, and when she was released, she had to see Miss Sue, and it was like she was the second mother to her, to guide her through her asthma and everything. I just really, really appreciate Intercare, even here and the main office. I like it so much. I'm a patient.
Thank you, trustee Rocket. Yeah. I did not bring it. I had a typed up page and I totally forgot it. I'm sorry, because I asked kids to just kind of make a statement about us so that I could read those to you. Almost all of them. There wasn't, the theme was that we were like a family. And it happens really quick and it happens really easy because these kids are awesome that way, right? So it's this long before we can get to the trust going, and then once it goes, it's a pretty cool thing. So thank you so much.
I think it's very, very important. Can you hold your bag for just 1 minute? I've lost my thought. Just give me 1 minute. I think that it's very, very important. First of all, I'd like to say to Shoreland, I appreciate, I've seen you down through the years, consistently being there for our kids. This is a very important piece to our school system and to our district. One thing that I hope, because I know this was mentioned earlier, and we did something with trying to finalize paperwork and things with the with the health center in the back. And for me, I have a problem with it taking so long and it being so hard for people to come into to provide services for our kids. This is critical. This is home for our students. This is a place where they feel safe. So I hope that we establish not this coming every year. I think that what's understood oftentimes don't need to be explained over and over again. We have former students here who benefited from it that are now on the Board of Education. So I hope if there's anything that needs to happen, that we can make a decision that we're going to continue within this partnership for some time. And if there's anything that the school district can do to make sure that this partnership is never severed unless it becomes convoluted, I would like for us to look into that, Dr. Townsend, and look at some long-term, because this right here is one of those situations, this is one of those things that I know from personal experience, that this has been a blessing for this community. When we first started, we didn't know anything about COVID. It was a partnership with them in that back that had people finding a safe place to go get tested in the community of Ben Harbor. Not just, and with our kids. So this is something I would like to see back on, I don't know if it has to be on an agenda, but just to find out where it is so that we can continue to move forward with this partnership. And thank you so very, very much. And I wish you guys the very best. Thank you.
Yay.
We don't. We good. I got you. We got you.
Yeah.
We got you.
It's gonna be fun.
We got you. Yeah. We got you. Yeah, we got you. Yeah, we got you. Mhm.
You talking about somebody making noise.
You have fun with your chip bag.
I'm gonna slap it.
Okay, so
You don't know.
we are getting a bit anxious, so I'm going to do our student representative welcome and update, and then we're gonna take a recess. All right, so last week, we were able to officially vote for our new student body representative. Just a refresher, the policy is 0141.1, our bylaw for student body representative. It indicates that the board shall have 2 representatives from the high school student body selected by the superintendent and approved by the board. Each representative shall be allowed to participate in all board discussions and attend committee meetings to which they may be assigned or invited. Student body representatives shall not be allowed to vote or participate in closed sessions. And I will give Dr. Council the pleasure of announcing the individual that he brought to the board and we approved the last month. Dr. Council?
It's with great honor and privilege to introduce student representative Jarrell Jones and Shania Jenkins. We welcome you. I turn the microphone over to you, amazing students. Let us know what's going on in the students' world.
And before you do that, I want to make sure you know that when I'm called for any questions, comments, concerns, that's your opportunity to speak to. So if you have questions or comments about a particular agenda item, even if no one else raises a question, you make sure I get yours. You have my attention, you can have the floor. You go ahead with your update.
At the Discovery Enrichment Center, last month on the 28th, they had a Halloween celebration. On the 4th of this month, they had a fall festival. And currently, they're having a Krispy Kreme donut fundraiser. It started on the 1st and November 12th. On the 23rd of this month, they are planning to have a staff potluck and Secret Santa with name pool. And in the future, they're planning to have a games website.
Next with MLK, they have practice time intervention every day for 1st to 3rd grade. Student of the month were recognized by State Senator Kim Lasada. They had a family literacy night October 27th, and they will have another December 9th from 5 to 6:30. They will be having Ames web assessments, Barron County Health Department hearing and vision testing November 8th and 9th. Picture day will be on November 23rd. They have YMCA Health U Wednesday weekly. Masayo and Friends Rock and Roll with Autism Parent Support Group night and Halloween celebration on October 30th. And they finished their first market period during the
Yeah, nice.
Third Pine East had an harvest festival on the 28th of October. They had over 150 families attend. They're having an I'm Thankful dinner on the 23rd of this month. And they're starting their next phase of the Tiger Time intervention. In Third Plain Middle School, had their first basketball game yesterday, and are and completed their way in aimed at the
On October 29th, they had a movie day. On November 18th, they will be hosting a family engagement event for the school year. On November 23rd, they will have a staff and student basketball game.
And here at the high school, on October 20th, Ms. Darla Smartis Morant, Director of the Student Success Center, provided general college admissions content of the high school transcript, standardized test, the ACT and the SAT, college majors, choosing a college, completing the FSA, applying for scholarships. She also aligned specific steps you should complete during the senior year.
In addition, there are ongoing effects to prior Ben Harbor High School teams with additional opportunities to attend college. There are 2 Andrew University full tuition scholarships available to Ben Harbor High School seniors. The George Floyd Scholarship, created in memory of George Floyd, is developed for minority students.
Dare to Dream Scholarship, students' future aspirations and dreams on how Andrews University can support the fulfillment of their aspirations. Also, the high school at LMC occurring daily, the ELA 9 US history, and has an increased in dual enrollment.
On November 4th, we had Eric Thomas, a motivational speaker present. We had FAFSA night, and some of the presenters were LMC Start to Finish program, Western University, and Bering Community Foundation. Ben Harbor Alumni Scholarship Workshop was also on November 4th. We have a school choir sign up and girls basketball tryouts, and the high school football banquet on November 10th at 5 p.m. in the cafeteria.
There's an Interact Club led by Miss Felicia. Student versus staff basketball game will be held on the 23rd of this month. The student talent show is scheduled for December 17th.
The high school team is currently educating all students with face-to-face conversations concerning their academic progress towards graduation, starting with seniors.
4 students have completed all required courses for the Michigan Merchant curriculum, and Michelle Volk-Schiller is currently working with Unseen and Paul Mile on the world premiere of our Side of the River. Running dates are November 19th at 7:30, November 20th at 7:30, and November 21st at 3 o'clock.
We are working diligently with Graduation Alliance to recover students that have dropped out. Currently servicing 32 of our youth, with another 10 working on enrollment paperwork. Enrollment numbers for CAPE is 103 students.
Awesome. Thank you so much. for giving
Yay.
And I know that was slightly nerve-wracking, but I want you all to understand that you're the voice of students that normally are not heard. And so this is all of the good news and amazing things that you all are doing. So we want to make sure that you give us this update and pride and tell us like this is Tiger News update that you're giving us. Now, what you all were unaware of is I've already figured out what your assignments are for committees. So you young lady, you will be assigned to curriculum. you certainly will be assigned to the facility committee. However, I want for you all in the next couple months to get an opportunity to review each of the committees so you can understand how committee work, prior to coming to our board meeting, so you can understand each layer of the work. But your official assignments will be curriculum and our facility. Okay, so we want to make sure that you guys get those invites. I understand that you're extremely busy. So if there are days that you're unable to attend those committee meetings, that's understandable. We do want you to have assignments so that you can come in and help us do some of this work with curriculum and facilities that we need. Okay? All right.
Excuse me, President Robinson.
Yes, sir.
I did share with the young people, because it is a school night, 8 o'clock is a cutoff time that we dismiss them so they can go home and get prepared for tomorrow. Y'all cool with that?
Yeah, I have no issue with that, and unless we have anyone who disagrees, we're going to go to recess for a 10-minute break. So we'll return at 7:28.
You what?
So before we
No,
get
I
started
don't, you need to
officially-
come get him, cause I can take care of me. Huh?
Thank you.
No, don't call my name out.
Yes, we have to get started, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
All right, so we are going to bring our meeting back to order at 7:28. Now, for the sake of time, I have attempted to make some slight adjustments to the agenda. Dr. Townsend is trying to ensure that we are doing our due diligence as relates to policy. So he is asking that we maintain our policy. He is assuring me that we're gonna go through that swiftly. However, I would like to ask if there is anyone that is opposed to amending the agenda to remove the board professional development recap that Secretary Triplett and I were planning to give. We will be moving that to December's meeting if no one objects. So is there a motion to amend the agenda to remove board professional development recap?
Amend the agenda. Second motion.
All right, so the motion was made by trustee Bowen and supported by trustee Rocket Martin. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
I do have a concern. I was like, if we could, put those policies aside and work the new changes made, and I think for time's sake, and if you are due diligence, we haven't really had a lot of time to go through them, and, you know, we're supposed to vote on them without that. So we could also add, a policy to that motion.
Is that staff report S1?
And
Can I give clarity on that? Last week, yes, President?
You have the floor, go ahead.
So last week, those policies were put on the agenda for the first reading, with the hope to vote on the second reading. Our policies haven't been updated, in, half a decade. And, yeah, a great deal, the ones that I'm bringing to the Board of Education. So they're revised policies with the recommendations made by Neola. That whatever the board wants to do, I'm happy to do.
Okay, so how about we meet in the middle? We were able to look at the policies that we're asking for a second vote, or for the second review and vote, which is staff report S1 and S2. We proceed with maintaining those because we saw those next month, and we can move the first of 2 readings for the new policies to next month. Is that a good? That sounds good. Okay, so what I am going to adjust the request is to ask for an amendment of the agenda to remove board professional development recap, as well as policy reading 1 of 2 for the noted policies listed. Is there a motion?
I put a motion on the floor to do what you just said.
The motion was made by trustee Bowen and supported by, was that Treasurer Creighton? Treasurer Creighton. So just to clarify, what we did was we removed the board professional development recap for Secretary Triplett and myself. We will get those next month in December with. And then we are also going to remove policy reading 1st of 2
for the newest policies on the agenda. All right, so that means currently we are at committee reports. Wait, I'm sorry, we have to take, did we take the vote? Secretary Triplett, call the vote.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Bond,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan,
Yes,
motion carried.
All right, now I want to make sure everyone understands that Dr. Thompson is wanting us to ensure that these policies are a priority, so there may be some special meetings potentially scheduled for this purpose only, to ensure that we can give this the attention that it needs, and we do not further delay the updates that we need to make. So we're gonna continue with, committee reports. We'll move to Treasurer Creighton for Finance and Human Resources.
Thank you. The finance committee met on October 27th, and, we pretty much talked about the status, of our audit that we actually received today. We also briefly spoke about grants, the effort to fund, and then also, I think some of the things are spilling over, which is a good thing. We talked about the teacher pay increase, potential, and, also employee, increases. And so I think we'll hear more about that, from the HR and finance department. Some of the things that, as committee chair or part of that committee, that I am looking for us to continue to have conversations about, I think this is one of the things we talked about in September, was ways, to allocate. We talked about it today, I learned a new word, it's called commit. So ways that we commit funds, for certain things, pretty much saying, okay, this is what we're gonna use to improve this thing. And so my thing that I would like for us to continue to talk about, what we talked about, I think a month or so ago, school safety and how to allocate, some of our funds to improve our school safety. Now that, I think we're in good shape in our finance department, I think it's time to start thinking about some of those things that will help sustain our finances. Which we know school safety will obviously, help with academics and, retention of students and that. So, I'm proud to, be a part of that committee, especially with, our CFO and his team working really hard with the superintendent to make sure that, we get good news like we got today. Also, we had a special meeting, today, which we pretty much just went through the audit, in a longer form that you just heard, from, the auditor today. So that's my audit, report. We had 2 meetings. And then, HR. HR we had a meeting also on October 27th, and, in HR, we talked about employee separation, we talked about the Family Medical Leave, Act, which is FMLA. We talked about how employee complaints are addressed and processed. We talked about basic benefits and renewal, employee relations. I think, from a board perspective, from last month, it was a big deal, a big subject as we got into our HR, staff report, where we were going through separation, and I think it was a lot of concern from the HR, from the board, as it relates to what, is being done in the HR department to retain staff, to recruit staff, and to stop what we refer to as leaving. And so, we have been spending a little more time, on those kinds of things. I think the HR director, the chief of HR and her, department, along with the superintendent and some of his admin, they've been working a lot on ways that they can improve employee relations that will essentially, again, help with some of the finances, academic safety, curriculum. So, they're working really hard to do some of those things. So we have a lot of work to do, as far as that. I am looking forward to being able to feel as comfortable with our human resource department. We've had auditors to come in. I want to be as comfortable as we are, at least saying, okay, we have to keep the gas on, but, we're working hard in the right direction. So, that's one of my personal goals, whether I'm on this committee again or not. That's something that I would like as a board for us to be able to say that we're doing. Also, we had a special meeting yesterday to go over, specifically how to handle employee complaint. I must say, one of the things that I didn't realize as a board member even, is that we have to do some more work on our employee handbook, kind of update that. So that's kind of, for me, one of the next steps for HR, the HR committee, is to, as we continue our work in employee relations, that we spend some time looking at our staff handbook, our employee handbook, and kind of seeing what, are some of the revisions we need to make, the way, I know our council shared, and assured us that he is working diligently to get some professional training, and organizations in here to help support our staff. COVID is a hard time, and so now we have a little extra money that we can put in those kind of places. He's working really hard with his staff to get his staff trained. And so, I would like for us to look into the employee handbook, where we can help continue to improve staff relations. Those are my 2 points.
Thank you for looking through both of those.
Does anyone have any questions for Treasurer Creighton regarding her HR or finance committee report? Hearing none, next we have, thank you so much. Next we have curriculum, and I'm not sure if that's going to be Secretary Triplett or Trustee Roxanne Martin today.
Secretary Triplett. Yeah, Secretary Triplett is the chairman of the curriculum committee.
Can I introduce her?
Yeah, it has been some time, that I have been able to speak. The curriculum committee, which consists of Trustee Rocket, Martin, myself, and Trustee Buchanan. We're going to, have a committee meeting. And my new student member, okay, so we're, student representative Jenkins. So we will be doing, we will be having a meeting, a committee meeting, the 3 of us. And we'll be scheduling that with the superintendent at this particular time. The chief of teaching and learning is on leave. And so there are some things that we will be discussing moving forward as it relates to curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you, I'm so excited about our student members. I hope you don't mind me putting in the work. All right, thank you. Any questions for Secretary Triplett? All right, next we go to facilities, Vice President Bradley.
All right, good evening, everyone. I'll be really quick, so we can move to expedition. We met on October 19th, 2021. President was myself, President Robinson, and Trustee Barnes. Also present was our superintendent, cabinet representative, Mark Miller. I think the finance director was there, and our facilities director, Weber. We're updating on our water testing. All buildings have been tested, in addition to testing the pipes and plumbing. We were discussing the water delivery and what we would store it, and utilizing garage space for storage. Also discussing using the JROTC building, but with the logistics and then kind of loading dock, we had to look at possibly using garages out the parking lot. And we discussed, what security was going to be in the area. Miller, Johnson, and Weber did a site walk through our parking lots and checked the other parking lots around the high school campus. We have an architectural firm coming out to give us direction on when they're gonna redo that. It's gonna be a spring project because of the weather. We got updated on the board, and after we're in the meeting, we're constantly getting updates from the superintendent, the CFO will get updates on that. Our main water is good, second water, we need 3 tubes replaced, I think that was ongoing. Okay. So yeah, get the subcontractor to come in and do that. We're starting to October 25th. Other boards will be coming on around the 1st of November. And the Eaton is doing fine tuning and preparing for the state session, which I think has already been done. High school parking lot lighting, the athletic director and Principal Rover looked at replacing parking lot lights with some of the LED lights here in front of the building. Parking lot side, looking into LED lights on the side parking lot there. Photo lights need to be replaced. Also reaching out to AEP to replace lights by end here. We discussed the parking lot, photo light, LED upgrades over there. There was an issue with trash dumping, illegal dumping behind MLK. The city was doing some dumping down in that Valley Drive area. So we're looking at possibly putting up some jury here to, stop people from going down there, and trucks from going down there. They can get through there on the other side, but in that area, they're trying to keep it clean, district can stay off the water testing down there. We discussed looking into the, Fairplane gym floor. Flooring company, has the wood replaced, so we need a board vote to get the job done, and also we have to, pull up the previous quote, which was done, last year, the year before last. Discuss now, updates, and I did see that the code update as well. There's a partial donation that wants to be made, and we will have something similar to what Sunshine High School has. We talked about the Performing Arts Center and, looking to reach out for a couple of donations to try to get us a car. We also probably, we'll be discussing how we can go forward and try to get it, fixed up and renovated. The marquee is installed at the front and it's lit up. Web-based programming, IT has access to that. Put up a color display. We discussed our first possible and what we need to do to get it up and ready. We were discussing that during the first phase of renovation, the old signs and lettering were destroyed along with security and radio antenna. So we were ready to look at that. Also, discuss the placement of windows. And also, so after our meeting, there was an issue about the light being on the building, and people gaining interest in the building. I reached out to our facilities director, and he said, they secured the buildings, but they have to still get in. Another reason why lights are being left on was teachers were getting access to the buildings to get materials, but he said he reached out to Dr. Shelton and said that some of the staff are not checking in with her, so I'll have to follow up with that. The media is still going on with that, we'll follow up with Dr. Shelton. The Fairplane East lights were left on by custodians, and I know that, trustee Warren had something to add to the facility report. And also, one more thing, when our student representatives coming on, if you see anything in the building that needs to be fixed, or if you catch anything, let our council know, let us know, as a committee, so that way we can get your, thank you.
I just want to say for public record, and I did tell the chairman of the facilities committee, I'm having some serious concerns, about the facilities and upkeep of our buildings. The students of Benton Harbor matter. We wouldn't be here if we were not focused on the students. The students deserve to go into a bathroom that is fully functional and have some of the greatest assets, and you're not worried about Mickey Mouse coming to visit you or anything. They should not be seen paint peeling off or anything. And I understand we have processes and everything. And SOP, standard operating procedures, my question is it effective? And that's what my concern is. Are we gaslighting and rubber stamping? It's not looking like it's getting done. Even when you come in for November and you're voting and you see paint peeling by lockers. This is what our children are looking into. When you go to the junior high and you can see the neglect and everything, what are we doing? And are we needing to hire more staff? Is Christmas break going to be all hands on deck? If you need me to, I can put a call out and get my people up here, and we can volunteer and paint, do whatever we got to do. But our children should not be seeing this. And if we're raising the standard and doing everything in excellence, our buildings should be looking like excellence and raising the standard. And that's just my concern, is this operating procedures that we have implemented effective, because when I tour the buildings, I see something totally discouraging.
Okay, so I would just like to respond to that very briefly and just ask for our committee meeting this month as we form the agenda. I know that Dr. Thomas, you did the tour previously with your administrators. So if you can give us an update on the things that they identified that we needed to work on at the start of the year and kind of where we are on working on those things. And that'll give the facilities committee a good view of where we are on making those updates and get us a little bit closer to a facilities plan. And then Secretary Triplett.
I've had the opportunity to go in these schools. And, you know, it saddens me that people think that this is all right for our kids. I mean, it's all, these excuses are not acceptable. This school district was closed down for a year and a half. Expenditures in this report, money was still spent. People were still being paid. These same spots, what people fail to realize is that some of us are not new to this district. We've been in this district forever. These are the same things that have been happening in this school district. These are the same exact things that at Fairplain Junior High, this has been, these spots have looked the same for years. You go in that cafeteria in this high school for 2 years, that same paint spot is torn off. Nobody has touched it. And people have the audacity to be offended when these things are brought to this table. I don't have any problem with working together and putting on a positive front, but we are not blind. And I think there's some neglect and some disrespect. For me to hear tonight that the letter, the new orange letter that was on that football press box was destroyed and lost, that's unacceptable. We went an entire football season without paint on our football field, not home of the Tigers, not field strip. I have never in my entire life seen these facilities look as horrible as they look right now. And the disrespect, if you walk into Tiger Stadium, they finally got one Tiger eye in the middle of that football field. You walk into our game, you go over to St. Joe, you see blue, gold, carpet, but it don't matter because that's not our kids. It's okay for ours. And when I look on Facebook and see all of these other places' faces, make sure you see nothing but red. You can breathe all you want to. But I'm letting the board know and this community know, I'm not buying it. Excuses, it's over. I'm done with it. And I talked to the chairman of facilities. I have expressed my concern. The excuses, this is unacceptable. You can walk right out of here right now. You can walk out of this thing right now. Floor is nasty, filthy. Bathroom, that's not right. It's not right. And these schools need to be crisp. We've been in COVID, in a pandemic. And if these buildings are nasty like that, I thank God that He has kept our children and our staff really safe, because these buildings are not being cleaned to a level of excellence. And it is not acceptable. We don't need another survey. Everybody on this board can see. And all of us have walked into these nasty, filthy buildings over and over and over again. And I will no longer sit at this table and be complicit to this foolishness. And I expect a result as soon as possible. If not, I will continue to voice my disdain for the disrespect for the citizens and the students of Benton Harbor Area School. It is not acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Triplett. Are there any other questions, comments, or concerns?
I have a comment, President Robinson.
You have the floor.
I met this week with an organization I met when I went to the MASA conference, Site Logic, to talk about supporting us with a master plan for facilities. We did not have a master plan in the district when I came on board. The same process as getting a strategic plan, getting out of deficit, same process with facilities. I hope to bring them to present to our upcoming facilities meeting. I also met with Mr. Johnson today about meeting with Whiteman, who also provide master plans for facilities. So we're going to reach out to that organization as well. It's definitely on our radar to put a plan in place, identify every need that needs to be fixed and addressed in the district with a dollar amount and an expected time of completion for every last part of it. So that is an expectation to expect at our upcoming facilities meeting. We talked about that today, right, Mr. Johnson? So we're right on par. I understand where our board members are coming from, and we're going to get it done, and we're going to solve it. We're going to put the plan in place, and our hope is over time that our facilities are updated, upgraded, and our young people have a world-class learning environment to come into.
Madam President, I want this to go on the record. I understand all of these third-party people coming in, outsiders coming in. We have over $1.5 million in general administrative services. We just gave the director of facilities and operations a raise. Stop playing. A raise. This board right here, we voted to give a raise. I don't want to make it about an individual. And I don't mind people coming in, but if we're paying $1.5 million in that level of administration, this stuff needs to be done. And enough is enough.
Mm-hmm.
Enough is enough. Now let us not play games.
I got it.
Trustee Buchanan, did you have a comment?
Yes, I have a comment. I piggyback what Mr. Triplett is saying, but like you go by Morton Hill, that's right in the city. The fence is torn down. They got trees growing in the fence. I think as a district, and if they ask for volunteers, a lot of my mouth, you can hear me. Like somebody volunteer in the afternoon, like parents or something to go. His whole city need cleaning up, but around the school that's not usable should be clean around it. The fence hanging down. A little boy got caught in the fence. I'm over there in that area, and I said, "What you doing?" He said, "I can't get out, Mr. Buchanan." So I had to help him out. But now they got another fence where cars would come in, but on down further, the gate is down. So we need to clean that up. We are about a world-class community. Our schools that's not working need to be clean. I went to a school the other day, bubblegum paper and everything else was up in the door when you come through the building. I'm not gonna name the school, but I know for a fact we don't have no more Oris Sanders, Janet Crump. We don't got the custodian like Mr. Booth and different ones. We don't have those, but the ones that we have, you getting paid to clean. And that's very important. My little grandson, I was on the phone the other day, and he's turned 5, I think, sometime this month. But anyway, I said, "You need to clean up." And he said, "Grandma, who are you talking to?" I said, "I'm talking to my friend in Chicago." He said, "Well, you need to tell your friend to come here and help you wash these dishes." You're a smart little boy. I said, "That's a different story. I'm talking about outside the building." He said, "Grandma, you need to wash your dishes." So I had no more to say, but we do need to work. Ask for volunteers. You don't have no money. Somebody might volunteer to go pick up the trash around the school. It look bad. Go down territory. You'll see how it look real bad. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Buchanan. Thank you, Dr. Townsend. I'm gonna pass it over to you.
Okay.
And you're starting the strategic plan update. Thank you so much.
No problem. With regards to strategic plan update, all information from our in-person input sessions and survey has been sent to MASD for processing. That includes district data, demographics, anything Benton Harbor. Invitations have been sent out to staff and community members for our December 4th community meeting, which is an all-day event from 8 o'clock in the morning to 4 p.m., where we're thinking collectively and finalizing the data to go into our strategic plan, as well as looking at the recommendation that was accepted by the Board of Education in 2020 to see what recommendations can also make it into the strategic plan. As of November 8th, yesterday, we have received a total of 25 RSVPs to attend. The individuals represent a nice array of staff and community stakeholders, parents, alumni. So we have a nice core of individuals. We have some people that may not be able to make it due to prior obligations. But our hope is to have 40 individuals working collectively to get this strategic plan done.
I have a question, Dr. Townsend. I think there may be a name might have been omitted. Is it too late seeing that we only have 25?
No, that's all we have so far. We sent out, I think, 50 invitations, I believe. Yeah, just give it to Ms. Liz and we'll get it out.
Thank you so much.
Sure. With regards, okay, next.
Any questions regarding strategic planning update? If not, okay, you have a report, Dr. Townsend.
Sure. With regards to our water quality update, as you know, we tested water in the entire district, and lead was found in all of our schools. Those fixtures have all been turned off. We're actually going to a program here in our district where we're labeling the district fountains and sinks that are out of service with red stickers to identify them, because unless you have a spreadsheet, you wouldn't know. So they turned off, we're identifying them, and we are still staying with our water distribution program. We do receive 4 skids every week, and every last one of our schools outfitted with a bottle of water for our students.
Thank you. And I believe you say those that we should not be using are labeled, right?
Yes, we have staff, we have our team going to every school. We started at Fairplain East. I was just at Cape today and saw the stickers. So at all of our schools, hopefully by the end of this week, the fountains that are shut off because of the lead content will have red stickers on them, so people could just know. So my thinking for doing that was, if anything happened to me or anybody that runs the district, if anybody else would walk in and want to know what's working, what's not working, they can see it if they don't have the spreadsheet with them. There's something tangible of what's working, what's not working, or what's safe or what's not.
I would like to ask, and maybe this may be something you're already doing, but if we can have some kind of signage in the building to ensure that it's something tangible for people to know what they mean for the students and the staff. I know that you'll communicate it in your staff piece, for example, but like you said, we want to make sure that we have things in place so that if leadership changes,
Yeah.
there's something clear.
And I'll make sure it's clear. The fountains that have the green sticker, good to go.
Okay.
Red, no.
I think Secretary Triplett had a question for you.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you to Dr. Townsend and for the team. I don't know who all was on that team that got involved in making sure that everything was tested in our school district. And it's very important that we get the information out correctly, because people want to find negative things, always find something negative to say about what it is that's happening here in Benton Harbor area schools. And so one thing that, it got out that our superintendent said that all the Benton Harbor area school water was good, and he did not say that. That was not reported out. And I mean, it went out based on what they saw, and that was not what the superintendent said. And I want the record to show that that was not what he said. What he said was what he gave to us and showed us all of the schools, that the things that have been tested, what schools took the report, broke it down, Benton Harbor proper, Benton Township, wherever our schools were, and that's the way it was reported out. So you did an amazing job, and thank you so very, very much for that. I would also like to ask, and I know that this, with the lead pipes and things that's going on today, I saw that Governor Whitmer was here, and I also saw that they had started working on those pipes for the schools in the city. Yeah, so I was wondering if there was possibly, Dr. Townsend could get in contact with the mayor or those people and see if they can do something specifically directly to our schools that are located in Benton Harbor proper, which is Benton Harbor High School, MLK, and DEC. So if we can get those, and K. Yes, and K. So those 4 schools, if there's something that can be done. And in closing, I want to take this opportunity. I don't know if this is in order or not, but I am very grateful too. We are fortunate to have from the Department of Health and Human Services from the state of Michigan, our governor identified and went in partnership with the Department of Health and Human Services to be the leader in the distribution of the water here in the city of Benton Harbor to help our people. And the director of the Benton Harbor Department of Health and Human Services, Barron County director, chose our president to lead the work. And I am so grateful beyond measure and so proud of President Robinson. And so we have some people in spaces and places that if they pull together, we can't stop people from what they say. We cannot stop it, but I think that our messaging and what have you is very, very critical. We're trying to do our very, very best here in the midst of it. And I'm very proud of you, President Robinson, and I wish you the very best. And if there's anything that I can do to support you in your efforts, please feel free to let me know. Thank you.
President Robinson, I'm not trying to go ahead of Mr. Triplett, but I was somewhere the other day in Indicare, and your name, now he had to say that before my comment. That was gonna be my comment. You watch Family Feud, and Steve Harvey said, "You mean don't nobody want to see me naked? Don't nobody want to hear me?" But you are represented in the community, and I say this: I know you from a child and growing up, and everybody in Benton Harbor, including our superintendent, care. It's a different than I'm gonna do it and care. Like Mr. Johnson, we got people on the staff that's really, and Angel Clark says stuff that I like, and she bring it out. Not trying to be bossy, but we got to change, and things can change. I see it happening every day. But you got a big shout out there. I said, yeah, I know Ms. Robinson. And they said, and he had to bring it up before I got a chance to.
I'm sorry.
You're not sorry. You should have asked me about that. Thank you. Sorry, Dr. Thomas.
Correspondence with Secretary Triplett. I did see some of the backlash on social media. And it's a quote by one of my favorite TV shows, Elizabeth Report. And Madam Secretary, she said, "People who provide the spark don't often get to set back high." And I want to say, so, provide the spark,
Bye-bye.
but I do think we need to simplify a letter going out to the rest of the students, again, letting them know, yes, your school did have love levels. Yes, some of it is higher than the city's lead levels that are being told. This is what we're doing. I understand that the letter was attached to it. And it was a link that told them, but I don't think people clicked on that link. So I would like for us to have a letter that says, yes, you do have faucets that have high lead levels. This is what we're doing. We're color coding it so it won't be utilized, and it has not been utilized. So they don't think we're just moving it over and trying to do certain stuff. I think we need to be effective and efficient in communicating to the parents and basic, simplify method. That's it. Thank you.
I agree.
Thank you, Trustee Barnes. And thank you everyone for your comments and your updates and your well wishes. Thank you so much. Next we have Dr. Thomas with the Climate and Culture Survey.
Yes, at our most recent board meeting, we discussed the climate and culture survey for our staff to kind of get a pulse on the morale, to also support and guide us with regards to the direction we're moving in as a district. I think I had a one-on-one with our chair of human resources, and shared some things that I did. I reached out to Genesee ISD, who have a program called the Happiness Advantage. I also shared with our Chief of Human Resources, which is a framework for highly effective interaction with staff. Additionally, I reached out to the Superintendent of Barry and Risa, Eric Hopstock, for some recommendations on partners who are known for school climate surveys. So I do have a number of companies that I will be meeting with. What kind of threw us off the pivot was the water kind of shook us up a little bit, but that is moving. I do want to share this information with the board. We have a lot of surveys going out to our faculty, so I'm timing the right time to send it out because of survey fatigue. And we have the strategic plan survey. And we got to do the survey input for our ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 funds by law for how to spend that money. So I don't want to overload our teachers right now, but that survey will go out. I'm thinking of a February date. That's a nice mid-season checkpoint at time to get that survey update so we can finish the year strong. So that's an update there.
All right.
You got a question? Go ahead, sorry.
All right, so we're gonna actually start with trustee Vaughn, and then we're gonna go to secretary.
My question on the cost for the survey, climate survey. So are we gonna be paying someone to do that, or can we just go on Survey Monkey and write the survey out?
So we can do that, in previous districts I've worked for, it's a way you want to do surveys to get some good qualitative data, so you can have things developed from it. I talked with Barry and Risa. I'm not looking to spend over $3,000 if we do pay, but I also will explore free opportunity.
Thank you.
Copy.
All right, Secretary Trimble.
Yes, I would like to, and since we're talking about the climate and culture survey and update, I would like to, I'm not sure what the protocol is as far as reaching out to our board attorney to ask questions and some advice as a board member. What the protocol is, I would like to know what the protocol is to reach out to the Board of Education, because I have some serious concerns, the Board of Education attorneys, because I have some serious concerns in this area. Thank you. So can you get me that information as soon as possible, Madam President? Thank you.
All right, so Vice President Brown, you have two comments, and then next we have teacher pay update. Vice President Brown.
I just want to say, I do agree with you about the Survey Monkey, but at the same time, we want to make sure that we're, doing, we want people to give honest, honest feedback and answer their opinions. So I think it would be good if we look into, an outside source that way people can feel comfortable opening up and talking and saying what they really feel.
And I just want to make it clear that I mentioned the survey and we asked for the survey because we want to make Benton Harbor area schools one of the best places to work in the city of Benton Harbor, and we want our residents to be excited about coming to work for Benton Harbor area schools because happy employees do great work and contribute to a quality education. And so that is the ultimate goal of our survey, is to ensure that we have a place that people will love to come and work. We don't have to worry about retention. And we want to make sure that we're competitive in our attempt to gain teachers and maintain staff in the area. So we just want to make sure we're able and prepared to compete. Next, we have teacher pay update, Dr. Brown.
Yes, so I will now defer to our Chief of Human Resources, Ms. Elizabeth Gale, but I want to pre-message this is a big deal. It's good news, just like our announcement of being out of deficit. So I hope you find it to be good information. Thank you, Ms. Gale.
Good evening, everybody. I would just like to know how will you be following the presentation? Are you able to do that on your computers, or is the presentation going to be up on the? Okay, here we go. say we have some very good news, some excellent news to share. Once we have found, or we knew that we would be going out of deficit, we immediately started working on proposing improvement to teacher compensation. This has been in works for a while, and this is what we can share. I would just like to offer some background. We have provided presentation on this before, but this is just a summary to those who are joining us for the first time. Teachers received 10% salary decrease several years ago, and that has not been a return for a long time. Some of it has been restored just recently. A few years ago, teachers had their pay levels and steps frozen for multiple years because the district was in deficit and because there was no contract. And additionally, current Benton Harbor area schools teachers' salaries are relatively low compared to other teachers in Berrien County. District just recently emerged from its 15-year general fund deficit, and CHRO and CFO collaborated on ways to improve teacher compensation and to recommend approval soon after our auditors confirm deficit recovery. So we have some great news to share. Here's a summary of proposed teacher compensation improvements. It has 3 parts. The first one, accelerate teacher pay restoration plan. If you remember, we have already implemented the first 2 steps of our 4-phase plan. However, now we're recommending implementing the final 2 phases effective January 2022. Additionally, we would like to recommend to move all certified teachers up 1 full step on salary schedule, also effective January 2022, which is a mid-year movement. We are also, with that, we are recommending to adding 1 new step to top of the teacher pay scale. And finally, our teachers' health insurance renews January 1. We have received the renewal of their coverage. It came in an 8% increase. Contractually, the teachers should absorb that increase because the district is already paying what is contractually obligated towards that. However, we have decided or are proposing to absorb that increase so that teachers will not see any more deducted from their paychecks toward their insurance. That was just a summary. I would just like to unpack that a little bit. Our teacher pay gap, this is a reminder, we had 2 goals in that pay gap plan. Number 1, to fully restore the 10% salary decrease that was taken in 2011. And number 2, to restore the salary placement levels as they relate to tenure in our district. In other words, we have teachers who have been here for over 10 years, but who for one reason or another are on step 3 or 4. And we would like them to be fully where they need to be on the salary grid. Now, we are proposing to accelerate to phases 3 and 4 of teacher restoration plan. If you remember, phase 1 was implemented already, and so was phase 2. Phase 1 was implemented last year, 2020. Phase 2 was implemented in August 2021, and we're proposing the full restoration of the 10% decrease and the full restoration of pay levels effective January 1, 2020. The second improvement that we're proposing is a step or level increase for all certified teachers mid-year. Teacher steps are usually earned after each full school year of service and if they're rated effective. And our recommendation is to move all certified teachers up 1 full step on a salary schedule effective January 2022. as well as add a new step to the top of the pay scale. So teachers who are currently at the top of the pay scale receive a pay increase as well. We have of these improvements. The last improvement that we're proposing is to hold teachers harmless on health insurance premium increase. Teachers' MESA health insurance premiums are slated to increase by 8% on January 1. Administrative recommendation is to have the district absorb 100% of this cost increase for all teachers bargaining unit members. And the result of that is teachers will have no increase in their health insurance premiums effective January 1.
We have projected costs here in the slide. You see that for the first year, the estimated cost is $288,320. And then for the second year, 2022-23, the full year cost would be approximately $282,000 for the business. Secondly, also present for you for consideration, recommend motion that for education local approve is present letter with our schools education association to improve compensation effective
So that is absolutely amazing. So thank you so much for that presentation. I'm very excited. I have to pause for a second because there's a resolution mentioned that I don't see links to the agenda. So are we supposed to be taking a vote currently?
When we do it next month, this is the pre-message.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, sorry. So let's get back to the excited. And I would like to open the floor to the meeting order that have comments. I'd like to start with our chair, HR. She'd like to have to go first. And then oh, actually, thank you. I was just going to say, a special meeting is needed. I think that might be something that we might have to look into. I don't know the timeline for getting started with the recommendation before it happens from January 1st, but we definitely can kind of pursue that. And I'm just proud that, I know that this is not, what, obviously ideal, we might do a score, but I think it's definitely the right direction. As we see the improve our finances, I think it's growing, we'll be able to do much more. Thank you. Any other questions, comments, or concerns regarding teacher pay update from the board?
Ms. Murphy.
Roger Martin.
Every January, score their grades. That alone is great.
Yeah, I would like to thank Ms. Scott and Johnson for that report, but I worked in the school system for 32 years. And during that time, about 2 weeks ago, teacher Terrell came to the board. We have legends, like they're saying, the third and fourth and fifth generation of teachers that, in fact, I used to let my lunch hour go for a teacher that's around close. I'm not calling no name. They would come to the high school to check on a program that they had going. So we have some of the best teachers I know, because I worked with someone for 30 years in the whole world. So whatever we can do to dig up, Dr. Tyler, thank you for that. They need all the raises they can get, because I remember in one building, the teacher would take her paycheck and buy curtains for the window. So we have good teachers, good teachers, good teachers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Dr. Thompson, did you have anything that you'd like to add to that? And allow her to give the break news.
It's okay. Our teachers deserve it. We've been saying it since day one. The state has been saying, how can we find a way to put money back in our teachers' pocket? We found a way. We got out of deficit, and we're showing good faith and putting a great bulk of that money into teacher raises.
Yeah.
We're excited about it. And that's breaking news to us. That should be on the front page of the Palladium tomorrow. Out of deficit.
They won't say nothing about that.
Louise is out there watching.
They won't have nothing on that about.
Our teachers definitely deserve it. Much love and respect to all of our teachers in our schools.
Give me that ain't for you.
Right. But in all sincerity, we do have some teachers that have suffered through.
Yes.
That have stood the test of time. And there's a group of them that has been here for very, very, very long. And I have talked to the superintendent. And expressed my concern. So I am very happy for them. And I hope that they don't give up on us and that they stay the course and stick with us because they are very important to us. Thank you.
Yep.
I just want to say, good job, to you all, for looking out for our students. I know especially since we are doing good with our finances, just trying to get our teachers paid because teachers, make a lot of sacrifices. And, just to be honest, this will also make us competitive, start putting us in a competitive field to get teachers. So, keep the plan updated. So it's not a plan that is gonna be put all these other folks together to make them very competitive in the street.
All right, thank you. Just gonna pause for a second. Okay, next on the agenda, we have policy reading, Dr. Thompson, and this is the second of two
Yes.
policy readings and the vote.
Yes, ma'am. I'll go directly to the report. The first policy is our tobacco policies. And put this up here. Sorry about that. Here we go. Okay, so this is reason for board consideration. The board, Benton Harbor Area School Board of Education to review the updated Neola policy adoptions as listed below. Twice a year, Neola sends out new and or revised policies to school districts. Central administration reviews them and notates their suggestions. These are given to the board for review and approval. The tobacco policy updates, it's a new administration tobacco policy and revised professional support students and property policy. Policy reference 0131.1 bylaws and policy. The recommended action is that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to approve the Benton Harbor Area Schools new and revised Neola policy as presented.
All right, and just for clarification for everyone, these are the policies that we reviewed last month that we went over. They're also in your package as well. We wanted to take a refresher over those. Did anyone have any questions, comments, or concerns or revisions to policy 1615, 3215, 4215, 5512, or 7434?
I agree with that, President.
Okay, you have the floor, Dr. Moore.
I just want to understand, so if I'm a tobacco smoker, I cannot smoke on school property, correct? I need to go across the street.
That is correct, unless there's a designated area on the campus.
Does the accommodated school have a designated area?
Not to my knowledge.
Can we create one?
I don't have any problem with that.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, or concerns, or need a revision regarding 1615, 3215, 4215, 5512, or 7434? All right, hearing none, is there a motion to approve staff report F1?
I make a motion to approve staff report F from one.
Support it.
The motion has been made by Vice President Bradley and supported by Trustee Rocket Martin. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Secretary Triplett?
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton, Trustee Bowen, Trustee Buchanan,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin. Motion carried.
All right, next, Dr. Thomas, staff report.
That's mine right there.
Reason for board consideration for the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education to review the updated Neola policy adoptions as listed below. Twice a year, Neola sends out new and or revised policies to school districts. The central administration reviews them and notates their suggestions. These are given to the board for review and approval. Non-discrimination, anti-harassment policy updates for administration, program, professional support, and students. Policy reference 0131.1 bylaws and policies. Recommended actions that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to approve the Benton Harbor Area Schools' revised Neola policies as presented.
All right, so the list of policies are under administration 1422, 1623, 1652. Program 2260, 2260.01. Professional 3122, 3123, 3362. Support 4122, 4123, 4362. And students 5517. Are there any questions, comments, concerns, or revisions to any of the known policies? Go ahead. All right, Trustee Vaughn?
Madam President, I just want to say this for public record, because part of several concerns that you're getting is that we are not following retaliation, complaint, and harassment. So by voting on this, I hope we are all agreeing that we will be guardians of the gatekeeper and making sure that we are following what we're voting on.
Thank you, Trustee Vaughn. Treasurer Craig?
Man, we don't always agree, but I have to say that, like, I was sitting here struggling, and I guess I kind of wanted to postpone that conversation. That's why I was trying to revise that motion. I think there's, this policy is so loaded. We did meet over an hour yesterday, not specifically talking about the policy division, but just about the policy in its entirety. And then what processes, need to take place, what processes are needed in the human resource department to ensure that we are following the policy. And so, as I sit here, that's kind of my struggle. I don't know that I wholeheartedly understand all of the language in this particular policy because it is very noted. And, we did receive, an email, that actually fits perfectly into this policy. And I'm not sure how we, handled that and responded. We've had some conversation and some dialogue. But, I just wanted to be noted that I'm really struggling, professionally, with some of this language and what procedures are needed. I did request today, and I don't like to request things at the last minute, but I did request a copy of our employee handbook, just to kind of see if, the policy, was updated, if the handbook was updated to include some of these policies. And then as we kind of move into some of the staff reports under separation in HR, it's just so many things that we have to make sure that we're doing as a human resource department and as a district. When we talk about retention and we talk about teacher packing, and we talk about all these things, I think it's important for us to remember that they all kind of depend on each other. And so, I just wanted to be noted that I am struggling, to really see and understand the clear policy on this, harassment and discrimination, because it is heavy and, it's a lot of crossovers from policy to policy, refers to a lot of policies, and so, I think it's a lot of legal language and some interpretation in there. I know, for me, one thing that came up in our committee from an HR perspective with the policy, I think, okay, so this one is 1,000, but then if you notice, it'll kind of spill over, I think it was like 3,800, 3,200. It was just a lot of policies that it spill over too. And so we were trying to, and we did work with our chief of human resources to figure out, what are some of the procedures that they have in place. But there are so many subjective things, just understanding the language, and I think she reached out to the attorney, so this particular policy, I'm really, really not comfortable, at this particular time, personally, to support this, not that, it's bad, I'm just not, I have to be honest, I don't have a comfortable, professional opinion, to support this policy, like I said, it just so many things that, I was emailing with the HR, chief, I think starting last night all the way by this morning and all afternoon, just kind of trying to get an understanding of one sub-area of this policy. So, I just wanted to, that we have to be very careful, in things when you talk about discrimination, because, you have alleged discrimination, then you have discrimination, and then you have, it's just so many layers. As we move on and talk about ADA and, all of the things with people with disabilities and, the American Disabilities Act and 504 accommodation. So, we just have a lot right here. It's, this is a very legal, I don't even know the term, but, I don't know if our attorneys have looked at this and really what this might look like as we, support this, and actually put it in motion. Trustee Boone?
Madam President, I have one quick question. And is there a timeline that we have to vote on this?
So these policies have been on the books since, I think these were last updated in 2014. It's important that we update. Neola send us the revised recommendations every 2 years, and it's been pushed off. And, I want to support the board and the district with updating all of our policies so we can be on par with other districts across the country. Across the
Here's my reason for asking. If we're doing a cultural and climate survey, and say, for example, as me being a community leader on the school board, a lot of residents reach out to me with the fear of retaliation. So here's my thing. We're voting for a policy that maybe we should wait to see, table it until we get our climate and culture survey. Because if we have a policy now that we have not been upholding, and we're voting on it again, it's a famous quote I like to use. You can put lipstick on a pig, and it's still gonna be a pig. I feel like if we continue to just vote on stuff and not hear that what's harassment, if we have people saying harassment is happening and nothing is being done, we're neglecting, we're just putting makeup on it. So I think we should table this until we're done with that cultural and climate survey, hear what's been going on, because I feel like it's a disservice for us to vote on this when we have been upholding the policy in the game.
The Neola, this group has been vetted, and this is the work that they do. Okay, this is not something this is their work. And these adjustments that's being made to this particular policy is updating. So our policy in the past was out of date. So this is, the Board of Education used them as their reference. They are sanctioned. They know this stuff through and through. They've aligned it with the legislature, with all of the laws of the land. And so this is what they do.
It has nothing to do once this is done. So if something was outdated on our policy, evidently what they scratched out of our policy, that is no longer in alignment with the law of the state of Michigan, or with the law as it relates to school government. Okay, so this Neola group is across the nation. This is what they do, and they update our policy and bring our policies up to date on all levels. So once this has been established, then we will have clarification, and this is what we must operate by. So it's not based on whether or not, if this is what we're doing. This is the law of the land.
So you have the policy from 2017 that is beyond that.
Yeah,
You
and
say we have to follow.
yeah, well, whatever we had our last policy, I don't know if we've been following it or not, even if we've known it. But since 2017, there's been some update to this particular policy that, as it relates to the definition of harassment and all of those different types of things, they have updated it. Once we vote on this is what we must follow. And it gives us clarification so that we will not be subjective. You guys understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So this is the work that they do.
So just to provide some clarification, it's actually noted on the agenda for you. The following policy updates and additions have been presented to Benton area schools by Neola. Neola is a partnership with the MASB to help guide school district policy to keep districts compliant with state and federal laws, as well as inform districts of best practice.
Yeah.
All changes that are listed are recommended and created by Neola, and they're specifically qualified to do this. Recommended additions are listed in green, et cetera. So these are updates that Neola and MASB have worked collaboratively to develop for school districts to help us stay in compliance with the law as it changes and adjusts. However, because we are the governing body, we have the authority to look at the policy to see if there are small changes and updates that we want to make.
Right.
Because ultimately, we're the board and have the final control over what we write into policy and bylaws. But these are things that have been vetted specifically by these companies that are qualified to do this work.
And if we wanted to add, like, say, for instance, we go through and we update it, and then we might say, like Trustee Bowen said, we might want to add another piece. We might want to add another step. We have that right, once we check with our legal counsel to make sure that we're in compliance. But if we want to add something, we want to take something out. But this is the work that they do.
Thank you for your clarification.
Yeah.
Vice President Burr?
And I just want to say, if anybody is interested or have, free time tomorrow, NESB is having, well, the ones who have free time.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, the ones who, want to know, MESB is gonna be having an importance of policy tomorrow.
Yeah.
On November 10th from noon to 1, it's gonna be on Zoom, they're gonna have it re-recorded too. I just listened for it today, they're gonna have CEO, Patrick Corbett of Neola, and, Michigan Associate, Patrick Kruger about policy and compliance issues. And if we always have questions about policy or Neola, Brad Bernaski, from the NASB is also a good resource. He teaches that legal class up there too.
Yes.
So most definitely, Neola, mostly every district, there's like 3 different ones, but they're, but majority of the districts in the state use Neola. But they're 3 different.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Send it to us.
Yeah.
Can I make one other comment? Oh, you.
I was just gonna say, I also agree with Mr. Tripp, that it's a foundation, something we have to start with.
Yeah.
And if you read through it, it's very thorough, and it covers everything that you need to know. But if we do have specific issues for our district, we can, like you say, make changes or add to, or, take away from it. But it is a good baseline, and it is a good foundation to start, for us to start with our policies.
Treasurer Green. Oh, yes, thank you so much for that clarification, because I was like, okay, this is overwhelming. But I guess one other thing, just to kind of reiterate, is we could also make those noted changes, in our employee handbook that has not been updated since like 2017, 2018, and still has superintendent, I think, I don't know if it was the last one or 2 superintendents ago, so I think it would be really important that we also make those updates immediately.
Once we vote them in.
All right.
Take that career.
Yes, so I think Liz was trying to get a word in, and then I'll go to, Ms. Gail, and then if feasible, I'd like to proceed with staff for this Tuesday for the.
I've been watching these policies, and I've been reading over them for months. And if you look carefully at the policy, what happens if no one gives us the changes that they suggest, like Mr. Triplett said, I go in and you don't see it on that copy because the color right now, but on the hard copy in the computer, you'll see where it's crossed out in red or added in green, so you know exactly what it was, specifically to these policies on anti-harassment and, non-discrimination, really, it was simply a matter of talking about gender identity. This language changed the same in virtually every policy, and the only other thing that was updated in these revisions was adding Margaret Herbert's name and updating two key people here and there, adding or dropping people. The only time that we have to make decisions about something, the council or board, is when it's a new policy, and then he goes through and decides after discussion what they need, what works with our administrative guidelines, because there's a set of administrative guidelines that go along with these policies as well. So just so you know, if you ever have a question about policy, believe me, this is like I dream these things now. I'm really glad we're getting to them. So, it's, but it is subject to whatever you want, but it's really like Mr. Triplett said, it really just is, it's bringing us up to date, which is really important.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Gail.
I would like to challenge the two statements that were made without any evidence offered. The first was being about policies and we're not upholding. The second statement was harassment is happening and not being done. For the record, I would like to challenge those statements and categorically deny them because in fact, we are following the policy to the letter. I have is regarding the handbook. The handbook is a distinct document that includes procedures and policies are not included in the handbook. Nevertheless, our handbook does need to be updated, and it's a project that we've been working on. We are understaffed and overworked, and that is definitely one of the projects that is on our list.
Okay, so I would add that I look forward to getting more details about that project and all of the policies being fleshed out as it relates to any other procedural updates that need to be made as we take vote on updating. All right, if there's no other comments, is there a motion on the floor to?
I would just say interpretation means two different things. What you may interpret and what I hear in the community and I interpret, it's reality versus, how you're the 50 feet above the thing. Oh, by the way, I want to say welcome back. I miss seeing you. But interpretation is something totally different. So the same behavior that you are exhibiting and see out in the community, or teachers are coming to say they're afraid because they see this and that happen, that's harassment. Or when teachers come to a board meeting and they're called into a meeting, to me, they feel like that's retaliation. And we do get these phone calls, we do see this. So I think interpretation, you gotta be mindful when we're talking about interpretation and factual evidence and everything, and I call for the vote.
Actually, I would like to also respond. Okay, so I'm gonna allow Treasurer Creighton to respond, but I'll ask trustees to allow me to give you the floor before we jump in for comment. Go ahead, Treasurer Creighton.
I would just like to defer, my conversation and comment, if possible, to the superintendent, who is the employee that we oversee. I think for the last 24 to 36 hours, there's been some confusion as to the responsibility and responses, and, I guess I'm gonna say this, and I mean this, Dr. Townsend, I just want you to know that I support the decisions that you make and, the initiatives that you bring forward. But one thing that I'm struggling with is some of the disrespect that I am seeing directly and I'm hearing about and seeing indirectly. And I'm going to leave that on the table for interpretation, and I really appreciate your these things. And, these things are being recorded, something was recorded, I think yesterday as well. So, there's some direct disrespect that's taking place. And I'm starting to kind of feel some of the tension that some of our employees refer to. Thank you.
Secretary Triplett, can you please call the vote for staff report S2?
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes.
There's no motion.
I thought there was.
I'll make a motion
Is
to.
there a motion to approve staff report S2?
I make a motion to approve staff report S2.
Is there support? The motion has been made by Vice President Bradley and supported by Trustee Rocket Martin. Questions, comments, concerns? Hearing none, Secretary Triplett.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Bowen,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right, next we have Mr. Johnson with the monthly financial report. I am going to jump in and interject and say, I don't know about anyone else, but Madam President is tired and feeling a little bit burned from this meeting. So if we, for the next portion of our meetings, to try to make sure that we're making our comments concise, but getting the meat of what we need to say out there, it would be extremely appreciated, so we can try to get through this meeting expeditiously. So I am going to defer to Mr. Johnson for the monthly financial report.
Thank you. Reason for board consideration, set of financial reports is provided for Board of Education each month. Facts analysis this evening is recommended that payments for all the district's funds be approved for the month of September 2021. Policy reference is 6470, payment of claims. The recommended action is that the Board of Education approve the September 2021 payments for the funds.
Is there a motion to approve staff report F1?
So moved.
Support. The motion was made by Secretary Triplett and supported by Treasurer Creighton. Questions, comments, or concerns?
Yeah.
Say job, want to say job well done, Mr. Johnson, with the audit report that we received this year. And then I am going to ask Secretary Triplett to please call the vote.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Bowen,
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin, motion carried.
All right, next we have Human Resources, Mrs. Gail, separation of employment.
Separation of employment, we have four for this meeting. A list of reasons for consideration, a list of employees whose employment relationship with the district is or will be separated. Is submitted to the board each month. Tax and analysis is recommended that the board of education consideration of employment on the following staff. Policy reference 3140. Kevin Renfro, social study teacher at the Benton Harbor High School. Recommended action for the Benton Harbor Area School Board of Education vote to accept the separation of employment of the information staff.
Is there a motion to approve staff report H1?
I make a motion to approve staff report H1.
Support.
Okay, the motion has been made by Vice President Bradley and supported by Trustee Buchanan. Any questions, comments, concerns regarding staff report H1? Hearing none, Secretary Triplett.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, no. Treasurer Creighton,
No.
Trustee Bowen,
No.
Trustee Buchanan,
Yeah.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right, next on the agenda, we have staff report H2, Ms. Gail.
Reason for board consideration, a list of employees whose employment relationship with the district is or will be separated is submitted to the board each month. Facts and analysis, it is recommended that the Board of Education votes to accept the separation of employment of the following staff. Policy reference 3140. Elvira Baumgartner, teacher in training, math, qualified letter of resignation. Recommended action that the Benton Harbor Area School Board of Education vote to accept the separation of employment of the aforementioned staff.
All right, is there a motion to approve staff report H2?
I make a motion to approve staff report H2.
Is there a second on the floor?
Support.
All right, the motion has been made by Vice President Bradley and supported by Trustee Buchanan. Questions, comments, or concerns?
Madam President,
You have the floor.
how many math teachers are we short on math teachers at the high school, or what deficit does this put us in?
I don't know the number off the top. We are extremely short. As a matter of fact, this evening I shared a message from the Department of Education about that shortage specifically with math, science. We're hit hard here.
Okay, thank you.
I have a comment or question.
Yeah,
When are we going to look into when are we gonna look into the trend here? You know, there is a trend. You know, there is a perception, but there's also a reality. There is a trend. People are crying out. We need to stop the bullying.
thank you, Treasurer Creighton. Any other questions, comments, or concerns?
Yes, I, with, what Treasurer Creighton said, what I'm looking at, she said there's a trend, but I'm looking at the pattern. There's a pattern. I'll take it to another level. There is a pattern that we need to pay close attention to and be very, very clear as a body. Thank you.
All right, Secretary Triplett, can you please call the roll for staff report H2?
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, no. Treasurer Creighton,
No?
Trustee Bowen,
No.
Trustee Buchanan,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, next we have staff report H3.
Reason for board consideration on this employees employment relationship with existing kids or will be separated, submitted to the board each month. Facts and analysis, it is recommended that the Board of Education vote to accept the separation of employment of the following staff. Policy reference 3140, Janice Scarlett Payne, math teacher at the middle school. Recommended action that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education vote to accept the separation of employment of the aforementioned staff.
All right, is there a motion to approve staff report H3?
I make a motion to approve staff report H3.
Is there, okay, so the motion has been made by Vice President Bradley and supported by Trustee Rocket Martin. Questions, comments, or concerns, staff report H3? Hearing none, Secretary Triplett? Oh, go ahead, Paul.
I know I'm a little hopeful today. I just noticed a trend of an HR all less than, August 2020. That's pretty concerning to me, but that's it.
I do have, a question. Do we have exit interviews? And also, if the exit interviews can actually be shared in our HR meeting, even if the names are confidential and crossed out, I would like, as we're working towards the survey in our, employee relations, I would like to review our exit interviews.
Thank you, Treasurer Creighton. Secretary Triplett, can you please call the roll for staff report H3?
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, no. Treasurer Creighton,
No?
Trustee Bowen, Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Next we have staff report H4.
Reason for board consideration on list of employees whose employment relationship with the district is or will be separated is submitted to the board each month. Facts and analysis, it is recommended that the Board of Education votes to accept the separation of employment of the following staff. Policy reference 3140, Sabrina Robinson, graduation advisor at the high school by way of resignation. Recommended action that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education vote to accept the separation of employment of the aforementioned staff.
Is there a motion to approve staff report H4?
I make a motion to approve staff report H4.
Is there okay, so the motion has been made by Vice President Bradley and supported by Trustee Rocket Martin. Any questions, comments, concerns regarding staff report H4? Vice President Bradley.
I just want to say that, don't take my silence as that I'm not concerned. I'm very concerned as well. And, we definitely do need to make sure that we look into this, because I did look at those dates as noted earlier too, when I was reviewing the concerns, and I know you've had problems going on probably for years as well, and go back and we need to figure out what's going on.
Any other, trustee Bowman?
We received a letter, and I'm trying to make sure I'm not breaking any laws. Has there been a follow-up?
Yes, yes, sir, there has been a follow-up.
Okay, thank you.
Copy.
Has there been, I'm sorry, President Robinson? Yeah, so, I would just like to ask a question, if there was an investigation, as requested.
I'm happy to update. I don't want to misspeak right now. I do know we did close the situation out. I don't know the individual details, but I'm happy to share it.
Okay, so investigation, I want to know about that, thank you.
Any other questions, comments, or concerns? So I will add one, I will be honest in admitting that I am not necessarily comfortable with taking a vote on this particular staff report. If I was to take a vote now, my vote would be no, but it's only because I don't think I have enough information to make an informed vote. So I am, as chair, of course, I cannot request the table. But I'm not sure where the board stands as it relates to this particular staff report. I don't know if there's anyone else that feels that we don't have enough information to vote.
President Robinson, I would like to make a motion that we table staff report H4, until an investigation is done, or at least a report is completed, so that the board feels comfortable that we've done our due diligence, because, we have some questions.
Is there a second? Okay, so the motion, a motion to table has been placed on the floor for staff report H4, supported, that was made by Treasurer Creighton, supported by Vice President Bradley, to give the, board an opportunity to get more information about this particular staff report. And so at this particular time, when there's a decision or a request to table, we don't actually have discussion. So I'm gonna ask Secretary Triplett, if you could call the vote for tabling of staff report H4.
President Robinson. President Robinson,
Yes.
no discussion. President Robinson, yes. Vice President Bradley,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Bowen,
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan,
Yes,
Trustee Rocket Martin.
No discussion on the table.
You just gotta vote.
Well, you can't, so when it's a request to table,
After she made her recommendation, we did ask for it.
Because when you're tabling, you can't, under Robert rules, no discussion needed, it's just a support.
Or no?
so once someone requests to table, if they have support, there's no further discussion on it. But you may make your vote, I'm not sure if you're unsure of your vote, but no, your vote, no, okay.
She did everybody say 6-1.
Motion carried.
Okay. All right, thank you, Ms. Gill. Next, we have teaching and learning, Dr. Kyle Kroll. And I just want to thank you all for your patience and waiting to give us the update, because I know it's been an extremely lengthy meeting.
President Robinson, I think we wrote that wrong. I was going to introduce Dr. Brown. Should have been my name. She should have been coming up under me. I want to share that Dr. Pearl and her team did a phenomenal presentation to the Michigan Department of Education, updating them on where we are with regards to our literacy grant. I invited her to come to our board meeting to share. So Dr. Pearl, thank you.
A little hard to talk. So I was able to, with my team, present to the state of Michigan in their Office of Partnership District networking event. I had to get that right about 5 times. And
through that, they talk about their partnership districts. It's a huge event where they talk about the work that they're doing in the state of Michigan. And they invited all of the 5 districts who received the grant to present on different aspects of how we're starting to use the grant. So this is what my team put together. Ours was specifically on how we're developing a comprehensive first grade 12 plan for the grant. So it's kind of a huge undertaking, but that's what we decided we were going to focus on. Myself, Maggie Finnemore, and Quandra King all presented. Quandra is our early childhood coordinator, and Maggie Finnemore is our elementary literacy coach. We actually just had an addition to our team too, so now we officially have a secondary literacy coach as well. So that is fantastic. So the system that we have, we broke down into 3 parts. There's more than this, but we kind of tried to categorize some of the work that we're doing to make it more palatable to the groups for our presentation. So we broke it down into our birth to 3 section, our classroom libraries, which kind of encapsulates what we're doing within the schools themselves, and then our little free libraries, which reaches out into the community. So that's how we kind of approached it. That helps kind of frame what I'm going to talk about here. So in our Birth to 3 program, we focused on 3 main foundational parts to that program. That's where we stand right now. This isn't all encompassing of what we plan to do, but this is where we kind of decided to build our foundation moving forward. And that includes building a literacy at birth program with our Talking is Teaching and Parent is Teachers. And then Write by Text, which is a messaging system that actually helps parents build an understanding of literacy, gives them ideas to work with their children at home, helpful videos, things of that nature to kind of support literacy at home. And as I mentioned, Talking is Teaching, it's a large program, and it takes on its own category within this part of the program. And this is where we provide sessions to parents. We're teaching specific literacy skills and strategies. They're coming into, we've got a special Birth to 3 room that we're putting together at DEC right now that Quandra's been working on. And she's pushing out information to parents as well to get them to come in. The first program that they're going to do is actually a blanket and book program. So each parent and child will be with a blanket and a book for use at home. So it's kind of just building simple literacy strategies and routines for the home. And she's walking parents through that. So that's the Birth to 3 program. With our classroom libraries, this is a more comprehensive and much larger approach because this is dealing with all of our buildings, all of our classrooms district-wide. So one of the important aspects of the grant itself is asking us to build classroom libraries, and not just that, but build diverse classroom libraries that engage with our students so that they're seeing themselves represented in the text in the classroom. It's not just some, donated from 1950s. It's something that's current, it's something that's engaging, it's something that's exciting for the kids. So we're looking at vetting a lot of these diverse texts. We're using both lists from the National Council of Teachers of English. We're using Michigan book lists. They've built kind of a repository of diverse authors that we're pulling from for those lists. And we're really focusing on making sure that the literature is engaging so that students are able to encounter the text with their limited skills depending on what grade level they're at. So we're providing a wide range of text so that if they are struggling with reading, they can still access something in the classroom. If they're more advanced, they still have something in the classroom. So those robust literacy environments are a key part of that grant. So we're making sure that that's happening. This is a process. So we have a lot of resources throughout the district. Right now, my team is slowly working through that. A few weeks ago, we were out in the garage preparing for the water to come in on those skids, and there were a lot of resources out there. So we spent today working through those resources. Paul was out there helping us out as well. And we actually were able to pull materials that the schools can use along with books. So anything from paper to books that they could put in their classroom libraries. We even had toilet paper, Kleenex, all sorts of things. So we're working to get those dispersed as well, kind of as a side note, sorry. And that takes us to our little free libraries. And this is our big community initiative, and we're really excited about what this can do. So one of the things that we look for when we're using this grant is how can we build community literacy? So it's not just a practice that ends in schools. It's really about building that whole community environment. Little free libraries, they look like tiny little houses, and they've got doors in the front, and it's just free books for people in the community to go up, pull out, read, put back, drop in a different little free library. Right now in the Benton Harbor, St. Joseph area, there are currently 6 little free libraries. We're kind of using a model from Kalamazoo. If you're familiar with the art of the little free library, Deanna Roberts out there has been wonderful in promoting that program. They did a lot of events in the community over the summer. Every time they launched a little free library, it was a community event. So we're using that model as kind of our guiding force for these little free libraries. We also plan to use this as a cross-curricular event throughout the district. We want our CTE programs to take part in building, so our students are seeing ownership in actually building the libraries themselves, designing them, decorating them, and then we've selected locations and working with the transportation department. We've decided to target bus stops because we know that those are well traveled by our students and families. We know that they're in areas that are visible in the community, so we can, monitor if there's any maintenance that's required. We can hear about it very quickly, and it's visible. We want this to be visible. We want literacy to be a spotlight. So we've also talked about making it a design challenge for the student, so we can have student designs out in public. That's a wonderful opportunity to showcase our students' skills. So it's really pulling in some of the high points for our students, giving them an opportunity to showcase what they can do, all while still doing our literacy initiative. Each one that we have planned, currently we have 6 planned, I believe 5 or 6. And we plan on doing an event for each of those. The first one that we would like to do actually incorporates a pajama collaboration with the pajama collaboration program. And it would allow us to give a set of pajamas and books to each student who comes to the event. It builds good bedtime routines, it helps healthy sleep patterns, and it's building literacy. So we're really trying to pull in a lot of different things here. We've got another idea for a community garden as well for one of the sites. So we've got a lot of things that we've got planned with these. And the other really wonderful thing about this program is that they do a read and color initiative. So again, it's pulling in diverse text. So we've got student representation in the text that they're seeing, as well as community representation as well. It's a very important part of that program. So there's a lot for me to word vomit at you all at once. This grant is huge, and there's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of aspects to it that I haven't had a chance to speak with you about tonight that we're rolling out, both with initiatives in the classroom, building capacity within our teachers, making sure that we have the resources and professional development available to support our teachers. It's a lot. And I keep reminding our teachers that the first thing that has to change is mindset. Mindset changes happen first, and then we see results in the classroom. So that results in the classroom part, the key piece is that they have to be patient and they have to persevere. There's a lot of growing pains that has to happen, and it's incredibly overwhelming. There's been times when I've been overwhelmed just looking at the scope of what needs to happen. But we understand the benefit, and we're trying to build in, like I said, that capacity is key to making sure that our staff can support our students and our community, and that's what we're attempting to do with this grant. So that was the presentation that the state heard, a kind of fast-paced version, so I can help us get out of here as quickly as possible. So, questions? Yeah.
How diverse the three parents get involved? What are the dates?
So we're working on dates right now with the closure. Initially, we were planning on having our first meeting with parents last week. So we're actually moving that. I believe that's a week from Monday that we're planning on reaching out to parents for the talking and teaching portion of that. A lot of that is getting pushed out through contacts through GSRP and our GSC families. So through Barry and Risa, they've got contacts out in the community that are helping us contact parents. Right now, we've got about 20 people signed up for the Talking is Teaching program.
Okay, are you doing like word of mouth?
That's part of it. We're pushing out flyers. There's Bright Checks is a part of that as well. We've actually contacted local daycares as well to try and pull in some parents for that as well. So it's a multi-tiered approach. It's not just word of mouth. It's not just flyers. It's a lot of different aspects.
you have a recommendation, please send it to us and we'll be sure to make sure that happens.
Of the 5 districts, right now, we are the furthest into our first and three program. Does pose some challenges because nobody has done this in the state so far.
Wow.
So we're kind of a lot of what we're doing is forging new ground. So
Is that income based?
I don't believe so. No, anybody in the community has access to it. So right now, there are going to be some limitations in numbers, at least initially, until we see what requirements are. And with COVID too, we're very careful about making sure, with young ones, we don't want to put them in a position to get sick. So we're trying to alter schedules so that maybe we can do odd days, every other day, parents come in and build schedules that way, but it depends on how many people we have invested.
President Veronica, we have people. I just want to welcome Dr. Crowe. I know that, sometimes, this is our business meeting and we only get together once a month. So I want to apologize, that you have to endure such a long meeting. But on the flip side, I have a 3-year-old and a 9-year-old. And, the things that you talked about, I heard, from your school setting. And so I really appreciate the knowledge base that you shared with us today. And I just want you to know that you made my heart smile, because I want what my children, the opportunities that my personal children have, I want all of the children in Benton Harbor to have those same opportunities. And so I appreciate, what you and your team is doing to make sure that our kids in Benton Harbor have those same opportunities. Thank you.
I would just like to add a comment to say that I didn't know this Kalamazoo's library program, and I actually shared it with Ronnie Williams, who was a community influencer, and thought this would be so amazing if we could do it. So you have made me so happy to realize that our district is actually going to be taking that initiative to do this on a larger scale. So I just want to say I'm excited about that.
It's a really exciting program in the way that they got it set up out there. And luckily, I was involved in the Third Coast Writing Project with Deanna Roberts, who was the one that pushed that through in the Art of Little Free Library. So we've got a really good network to find out, what are the obstacles, what do we need to do, how do we work with the community. So it's a great resource. They did a wonderful job out there.
And I want you to know you have your board's full support.
Full.
So when you do your community events planned around these releases, make sure you invite us because we would love to be there.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Secretary.
Yes, I'm just excited. Being in the school, I wanted to say to the superintendent and to you, in my visit at the school and seeing the libraries and what's happening in those libraries, and when you go in there, the people that are in those libraries, working, building, developing those libraries, they are very, very kind. Some absolutely amazing. I've never been in those places and spaces and felt anything different other than what I think you should feel when you go into a school. So I'm just really, really excited about it. I'm glad when this initiative was brought to us that we jumped on board with this. And this is absolutely amazing. And board members can volunteer. We can volunteer with things. So if there's anything that I can do, like in the community, getting in contact with, I got some information, and like Paul said, Mr. Corson said, that we can send you some information. I got some information I want to share with you guys with the connections and stuff that I have that's in the heart of the community. So I'm excited, and thank you so much for waiting. Forgive us too.
You're so patient.
Yeah.
God bless your heart. Any other comments? Dr. Townsend, would you like to add anything, or you all say?
No, Dr. Kroll is definitely a major asset to our teaching and learning team. Joe, we appreciate you. You're gonna start having your one-on-one. Paul tell you want to have one-on-ones. All right, I'm looking forward to it because I know that we're in good hands under your leadership. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes.
Awesome. Next, we have student support services normally provided by Mr. Miller, but Dr. Townsend's gonna jump in and give us an update.
Copy for Mr. Miller had a serious family emergency. So weekly update, Benton Harbor High School. We met with the second architectural firm Thursday about the parking lot and fencing project. We really want that to look beautiful like Lake Shore and St. Joe, you see that. We talked to a group who wants to donate 50% of the money to get a new PA system installed in our gymnasium. The quote was for about $50,000. They're willing to donate $25,000 to the district to match that donation. It's an awesome system, identical to the system that was installed in St. Joe's gym last year. So, you know, we always have people reaching out and we're trying to find ways to upgrade. Additionally, we're talking about upgrading our PAC. When I received the funds from the charity organization for the Education Foundation, I spoke with the co-chair of the Ben Harbor Education Foundation, and I also met with Mr. Johnson, and we're going to make a pitch to get that PAC completely updated with not only using our sinking funds, but also with contributions from our Education Foundation. Boiler number 1 is now working good at this point. As a matter of fact, it got extremely hot. So we figured out that we could turn the circulators off so we could be good. We didn't want to tamper with it. We didn't want it to not turn back on with this, you know, nice warm week, but we're good with boiler number 1. Now, let me pre-message this. We have to do something about our boilers for the long term. And we have to make some serious decisions because, you know, to replace 2 of those major boilers, we may be talking about $2 million. Or we also can consider what does a brand new high school look like as well too. We're talking about just investing money. Just putting that out there, we can talk as a couple of different committees, but it's a large price tag. And if we want to replace those boilers, that process starting now is probably a 12-month process. So just an FYI and a pre-message for facilities. We replaced the row of lamp closets on the stage in the PAC. When we had Eric Thomas here last week, the PAC was lit up enough to have it, but we want to make sure it's right, so we don't have to rent companies to make it work for us. Fair Plain Middle School boilers appear to be working well right now. Worked on a couple of fan motors and heater units. Boiler at Fair Plain Martin Luther King have been tuned. The CSD have been completed on those boilers. Discovery Enrichment Center, the boilers have been tuned. The CSD have been completed. The Boy Down Electric has been scheduled to replace the lights in the gymnasium of deck. You know, it's kind of dim in there. We're gonna get those replaced, make it real nice and bright for our young people over there. With regards to Cape, we currently have an issue with the recirculation pump. We have the parts ordered and soon it will arrive and be installed. That's what we have for facilities right now.
All right, are you done? Or you want to? Okay, any questions about facilities?
I guess I'm just not clear with the sources of money and what the sinking funds are, what they're for, how they're being used, if they're being used, why aren't they being used to do those things? Also, there's other money that's coming in, and some of that stuff can be used to take care of these things. I know people, they want a brand new school, a brand new school, a brand new school, a brand new school. There's a whole lot of things that have to happen before. This is just my opinion. We talk about a brand new school. If it's $2 million to get these boilers and get our system up, that's what when these people vote to give that money for the upkeep of our buildings, then that's what we need to use it for. It don't need to be sitting there. And I don't know why there were years when none of it was used. And I don't know if it carries over or if it's lost. So I would like to just get an understanding of what that is all about.
It just sits there. And I do want to say we only have $5 million, correct, Mr. Johnson, sinking fund?
Two sinking funds and total available. I'll be happy to provide any update.
Yeah, I'm sorry to put you on the spot like that.
But I mean, from this thing, it said $5 million. Like I said, I've asked this question. This is about the third time. So about what's in the sinking fund. So, you know, I don't know.
I got you. I promise you that's top of mind, and we want to spend it and do what people want done with it. But I'll make sure we talk about that.
To see those pictures on social media with our kids in this building freezing and laying on the floor in their coat That went to my soul. That right there, I was done with that. That was a lot. But thank you so very, very much.
Athletics update, Dr. Thomas.
Yes, we're possibly talking, with 5 other school districts. We had a meeting talking about a new athletic conference affiliation. You know, all of our sports are independent. So unless we win a state championship or, you know, a region, we don't compete for anything. We're just playing. So we met with Berrien Springs, Buchanan, Brandywine, Dowagiac, Benton Harbor, all the superintendents, all of the athletic directors, and all the support staff in between got together to consider creating our own conference of us 5 teams where our young people can compete for conference championships and also still keep that major schedule. We did have an opportunity to meet with our coaches, talk specifically with our basketball coach, to still have that strength of schedule to compete for that state title every year. So just a pre-message there. The benefits of an athletic conference affiliation. Now, we were part of a conference in the past. I think we had a coach who kind of pulled us out. We did some independent stuff, which had a good football team, but it kind of messed up all the other sports. So when you took that football team out that conference, every other sport went out that conference, so we're independent. Benefits of an athletic conference: positive conference rivalries with local school districts that are similar in size, to share the same policy and rules within a conference that are similar in size, to provide conference recognition to the school team and students for outstanding accomplishments, to push Benton Harbor to improve athletic and facilities to meet demands of the conference, to decrease travel, to participate with our middle school sports, and will provide policy and guidelines for team games, activities, awards, and academic recognition. I do support us being in a conference, and I believe all the superintendents supported it when we talked. Next steps, we're working with our athletic director to put together items needed for the conference. Possible start in the new conference is 22-23, but in reality, it may not be 23 to 24 school year. We are looking to get approval from each district as needed. Many meetings with ADs to prep for a new conference, plan schedules, awards, championship events, and hire a secretary. The future plan for the conference will start with the original 5 teams, possibly in 22-23 or 23-24, and add 3 more like-sized teams to create an 18 conference, or join with another conference with multi-levels that have 18 divisions. So we're looking to get our young people conference up, championship up, accomplished up, and that's going to be really good for their post-secondary opportunity when they leave here.
I have a quick question for you. This would include all of the sports, right?
All sports, yes, ma'am.
And then the second question would be a cost to participate in these conferences per district.
Yes, generally there's a fee to be a part of the district. Once we have all the information, because we're creating a conference out of the sky according to the policies of MHAS, you know, the Michigan High School MHSAA. So, you know, we're gonna do right by our young people, get them conference stuff and, you know, dominate that. And then, you know, it's gonna be good. We're gonna have a good time.
All right, thank you, Dr. Thompson. Any questions?
Basketball season is coming up, and I've said this for like about 5 years now. I think you walked in there, you've seen those bleachers. Y'all need to get somebody in there like in an emergency type situation. They are nasty and gross. I mean, like filthy. So you need to go in there and see for yourself. But those bleachers need to be powered. It's filthy.
Okay.
Please make sure that is done ASAP before anybody go in their gym anymore and anybody come to our school.
For the record, I think Secretary Tripl's campaign will be placed on facilities committee, so don't be confused. And they're on next.
Yeah. I want to be on the outside. I'm living that head now.
I bet.
I'm taking over curriculum.
You don't want it.
All right, next on the agenda, we have old business. I believe Vice President Bradley had one thing to add.
Just for the sake of time, I'm gonna forward you all an email, because I'll be off work tomorrow, regarding the delegate assembly. Just a few things on there, it shouldn't be nothing major. If you have a particular position on anything, I think everybody should receive an email, a handbook about the assembly. Check your email from MMC, and if you have any questions or any positions or feeling, let me know. But I think all the board should be kind of in favor of some of the general positions that we have. regarding some of the new things coming up, in the state of Michigan. So just be on the lookout for an email tomorrow. I'm gonna try to get to you all before, tomorrow afternoon. Make sure.
All right, so next on the agenda, we have new business, the closed session concerning personnel matters. It will be initiated, I'm trying not to even make contact with you.
Can I make a motion?
So we're gonna do this really quickly, Ms. Johnson, and then I promise, open public comment is next. All right, so is there a motion to,
Make a motion.
go ahead, so,
I make a motion to go into closed session regarding, the aforementioned, reasons.
okay, is there a second for support?
Support.
The motion was made by Treasurer Creighton and supported by Vice President Bradley that we enter closed session regarding the personnel matters. Any questions, comments, concerns? Hearing none, Secretary Triplett.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley,
Yeah. Okay.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Bowen,
Yes.
Where he
Trustee
been?
Rocket Martin, Trustee Buchanan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, so we are entering closed session as of 9:28 PM.
What time is-
We'll be back very shortly.
What time you said it was?
Bill's hand with the HR resolution. We're gonna allow her to present it and then we'll proceed. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a motion? Yep, thank you so much. Is there a motion to end
Come on.
closed session and return to open session?
So moved.
Support.
The motion has been made by Secretary Triplett and supported by Vice President Bradley. Questions, comments, or concerns? Secretary Triplett?
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Bowen,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan, Trustee Triplett says yes. Motion carried.
Thank you so much.
Mhm.
All right, you have the floor, Ms. Gill. We return to open session at 9:38 for the record.
I'm presenting for board consideration pursuant to revised school code section 1230, in 1230A and 1230G, and after careful review, that the board approved the employment and work assignment with the District of Vermont and Rome through BHAS.
Is there a motion to approve the HR resolution?
So
Support.
The motion has been made by Treasurer Creighton, supported by Vice President Bradley. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Hearing none, Secretary Triplett.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton,
yes.
Trustee Bowen,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin, Trustee Buchanan. Motion carried.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much, Ms. Gill.
Welcome.
All right, we are at open public comment. Is there anyone in the room for open public comment? Woo! Okay, one slip, Ms. Tina Johnson.
Yes.
And I am not gonna read the public comment statement because you heard it earlier, so.
Yes, I did.
Allow her to set the time for you.
What?
No, she don't get no down.
No, it's something quick. I have a son at ACA, fair play, whatever you guys call him. And I have concerns that my son has come home multiple times, telling me he does not feel safe in school. Everyone knows me, Mr. Triplett, he's been knowing me since I was a baby, and I do not play about education or my kids, or anybody else's child. At this point, if my son is feeling like this, I'm pretty sure there's probably 75% of those other kids who wants to learn is feeling like this as well. Something needs to be done, because at this point, I'm looking to move my son. I'm a diehard Ben Harbor fan. I graduated from Ben Harbor High School, I've had 2 children graduate from Ben Harbor High School, a host of other relatives we have. But when my child come home and tell me that he does not feel safe, it's my job to protect him. And if that means moving him to a new district, I will do that and take that hit.
those kids are out of control. It comes a point in time that they're not every school, going to have to take control of their school. This is not the child rearing school, this is the adult, and they have to take responsibility and hold these parents accountable. If these parents don't wanna do what they need to do, then do what you need to do. But stop spoon feeding them. Because if my child is not safe in a learning environment, that's a concern and a huge problem. I feel that education is being watered down. How do we have A's, B's, and maybe a C last time I checked? And I haven't had any homework. I haven't had any papers. What are you doing when he telling me he's spending 3 hours because they had to close the school down because there was a big fight? So how are you getting these grades when you're not doing any work? Now, one thing I don't play, and everybody know, I don't play about education. And if this is being watered down, that's a problem that's hurting my child a lot. I love to see A's, but I also want you to see you earn those A's. I've asked about a computer. I never even got a response with that, whatever. I've also asked that things be posted on Power School. Haven't seen that. We can access the information, but it needs to be posted. And if you're not getting us information inside the school, then we can do it outside the school. If I don't know, I have people that can assist and help him. But at the end of the day, I need access to this information. My concern is my baby is not safe. I can care less about sports. I don't care if he don't play a sport. If he has to go virtual, then I'm fine with that as well. But it comes a point in time that you guys are gonna have to stand up to these parents. And I know you're doing the best you can. I'm not finger pointing. I know it's a hard situation. But at the end of the day, when are we gonna stop saying these are low-income kids, we need to accept this behavior? No, we do not. I have been in multiple school districts throughout the state of Michigan, and every school district has complicated kids, but we cater to ours. When are we gonna stop doing that? When are we gonna hold these parents accountable? When are we gonna stop spoon feeding these parents? When are we gonna stop making excuses? These kids walk around $1,500 cell phone. Their mom can afford it.
Thank you.
So when he went to Columbus, we had to pay a deposit. Those who pay a deposit get a computer, those who don't get one. But it comes a point in time, we're gonna have to figure it out. Because my child, I trust my child in y'all hands. I'm gone 12, 15 hours out the day, and I trust y'all with my kid. And so when I'm asking my son every day, how was his day at school? And he telling me, Mom, I really don't feel safe. He's coming home holding his urine because he's scared to go in the bathroom, because he don't know what they're doing, and yes, he does. Because I asked him, why are you holding your bathroom? Well, Mom, when I go in the bathroom, they're either doing something bad, and I don't want to be involved. That's the problem. And that's the reason why I stayed, because this needs to be addressed. Either it's going to get addressed here, or I'm going to start climbing the ladder to get this matter addressed. And I have no problem with doing it. My child is my child. I am his protector. He entrusts me to protect him. So at the end of the day, I trust you guys for 6 to 8 hours with him. And I expect my child to come home whole, not worried about or bladder all messed up because he had to hold his urine for 8 hours or 6 hours because he's scared to go to the bathroom. Or waiting to practice.
Oh, no.
So either we gonna figure this problem out, or I'm gonna start climbing the ladder. Now, which one we need to do? Because I have no problem. I don't care who get mad at me. It is what it is. That's my son, and I will protect him.
Got a point.
So that's the reason why I stayed. My baby not safe. Majority of the board know my kids. Majority of the board know how I am about anybody's kids.
Yeah.
So this problem needs to be rectified. And I'm not saying overnight, but something needs to happen. Because I'm not gonna have this conversation again. I guarantee that. I'll start climbing that ladder. Who here I need to go over? Because, and with the school sanitary, it's nasty. Their gym is nasty. I offered to get a room yesterday. Asked Coach White, when we come sweet, because they have games tomorrow. It's embarrassing. It's nasty, real nasty. Crap everywhere. So we got a lot of things we need to sort out. It's not gonna happen today, it's not gonna happen tomorrow, but I expect my son not come home telling me he's scared to go to school.
Oh, Lord.
Because I'm not playing when it comes down to a kid. And not just my child, anybody's child. So I'm just letting you know right now, you didn't put on notice. Protect my baby and everybody else's.
I know you're right.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, and I don't wanna be rude, but I'm hungry.
So you want them to tell?
No, I'm fine, I know.
Put that in the trash, right?
Next on the agenda, we have superintendent announcements and comments. And I am going to strongly suggest everyone to do your comments to a minimum if you can. Vice President Bradley wanted me to remove comments.
I make a motion that we recess after the.
All right, so we're gonna go to Dr. Townsend.
And then we're gonna proceed with board announcements and then we'll adjourn. Dr. Thomas.
Yes, I wanted to share with the parent right before she walked out that matter will be addressed. Thank you for sharing. No, that's okay. Thank you so much for bringing that to the attention of the board. That matter will be addressed, and I look forward to reaching out to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. So I want to give a shout out to our literacy team, Dr. Pro leading that. We received a nice email from the Michigan Department of Education giving major kudos to our literacy team here in Benton Harbor Area Schools. So shout out to Dr. Pro and her team and Mr. Paul Corson and his contributions to the team. I want to share that, give a shout out to all the surrounding areas and school districts for the tremendous show of support with donating water, volunteering their times, the different donations. I know we have a couple of school district superintendents that reached out to me that want to serve our students. So a major shout out to them. I also want to give a major shout out to our district nurse, Amy Gable. She's been nominated as the 2021-22 Life Changer of the Year Award from the National Life Group. That's a testament to Amy's hard work and positive attitude, and she's helped steer the district through going through a pandemic. When I see it tomorrow, I'll be presenting her with a certificate of excellence. It says, presented to Amy Gable of Benton Harbor Area Schools in recognition of exemplifying excellence, positive influence, and leadership. You have been nominated for National Life Group of the Year Change of the Year. And if she wins that award, the school district receives up to $10,000 donated. So shout out to Nurse Gable. Also, I'd like to read this letter from Marion Risa. And I'll be quick. It says, November 8, 2021, Dear Superintendent Townsend, it is with great enthusiasm that the Marion Regional Education Service Agency Board of Education writes to congratulate Benton Harbor Area Schools for your most recent audit of financial statements. For the first time since 2007, the district ended its fiscal year with a positive fund balance in its operating fund. This is a tremendous accomplishment that has demonstrated your team's grit and determination toward the impressive outcome. Specifically, we want to express our admiration for the leadership of Benton Harbor Area Schools in reaching this objective during challenging times. In its journey to attain this goal, the district faced difficult decisions, made painful sacrifices, and dealt with the uncertainties of a pandemic and unstable student enrollment. Through it all, you have stayed on course to achieve this most significant financial milestone. Once again, congratulations. Sincerely, Eric Hopstock, Superintendent, Dr. Michael Lindley, Board President, Dave Hagel, Board Vice President, President J. Allen Smith, Board Secretary, John Martin, Board Treasurer, and Andrew Robinson, Board Trustee. Shout out. Next announcement. Our side of the river, I'd like to share that the world premiere of a devised theatrical work of the book written by Terry Guest, based on the reflections of Benton Harbor Area School students, Our Side of the River, will be premiering at 7:30 p.m. Friday, November 19th, 7:30 p.m. Saturday, November 20th. It will be located at the Hanson Theater, the Mendel Center, Lake Michigan College, and all of the information is on lakemichigancollege.edu/art website. In addition, I want to give a major shout out to our students and faculty members who supported Volume 2 of Outside of the River, A Place We Call Home, written by the students of Benton Harbor Area Schools and forwarded by singer and performing artist Nikki Harris. Every board member had a copy of Volume 2 of Our Side of the River. This is going to be an annual project for our students to definitely support literacy. So I truly hope you have an opportunity to read it. Tomorrow, we have our football banquet being sponsored by our local community members. We're very excited about this tomorrow at 5 o'clock in our cafeteria. So shout out to our student athletes that played football this past year. And I also want to give a shout out to not only Mr. Johnson and his team and the business office, but also our Board of Education for supporting us as we navigate through the pandemic and as we have an opportunity to end our most recent academic year with a positive fund balance. We truly appreciate the support, and we look forward to continued support as we do the very difficult work of ensuring things are in place for students to be successful in the future. As you know, we're out of deficit. Now we're going to have our 5-year plan, strategic plan. We're going to have our master plan with facilities. We're going to have a plan of action with leveling up our operations for facilities, and we're going to be good. So truly appreciate you with all your support. That's my time. Unless you want me to say something else. I'm good.
It's not you entirely, Dr. Thompson, it's just this.
That's all the answers I have.
It's rambling and ruffling the paper.
I thought I heard something.
I could not take it.
Well,
No. What, you packing the
Oh,
book?
it's got a chip bag and a piece of paper.
You're making so much noise.
I'm not making no noise.
You can't hear it. Don't worry about it.
I make a motion that we revise the agenda.
Okay, we're gonna go with trustee Rocket Martin.
I don't make no noise.
It's been a long meeting. I just have one question that I'd like to ask. Basically, I hear about our facilities and we do want better. And I also would like to see if we can institute something that not only, we're working on the facilities, but at the same time that we're teaching our children to respect our facilities. And so, if we could, some kind of a program, if we could institute, or can we institute a student pride type thing, where the students would also help take care of the facilities, once we've got them up and running. And I also, am interested in looking forward to the Happiness Advantage program. I saw it done online, in an NASB conference, with Genesis ISD. And I think it's one of the most positive things that we can do in our district to help change our climate and our country. And that's it for me.
All right, thank you, trustee Rocket Martin. Next we have trustee Bond.
Okay, I got a list, so sorry. I got a couple of questions. Thank you, Gordon, just us now, but I'm interested in how much does it cost to keep Cape open and not just transition those kids to the high school if they're virtual? I am concerned on what I am seeing at ACA, from what I've witnessed and when I toured that school building, all hands on deck is needed. It's very, very concerning. And I think a lot of this also has to do with the COVID pandemic. When you had 5th graders that are just pushed into 6th grade that did not get that full instruction, I don't know, but all hands are needed on that. I would encourage every single board member, take your time to go see ACA. It was good seeing everyone. I seen Trustee Creighton, me, Dr. Townsend, Dr. Miller, when we were dealing with the water crisis. It was good to see all hands on deck that showed community cares and everything. One of my other questions will it be capacity limits at the games this year for basketball? I know COVID numbers are going back up. Also, with Benton Harbor, with the lead levels, have we thought about working with the Berry County Health Department, getting lead testing done with our students here? I know it could be a partnership or proposal or something. Earlier this year, I don't know if you remember, actually almost a year now, we had our school board retreat. When we were onboarding, and I asked Dr. Townsend about the lead levels, in the high studies that it contributes to behavior. And it was supposed to be a report to be looked into, so I'm interested in knowing what's that going to be. I will say, I am concerned when we're all a team, and when we say something, it becomes that it's offensive. And we're called a bold-faced lie, or we're not telling the truth. To me, that is not adequate, it's not professional, and I'm very concerned that this has happened more than once. Make that a record, and I would encourage you, Dr. Council, to please talk to your staff about that. That's it on my end. God bless you.
Trustee Buchanan?
Who, I mean? Now, let's see, I would just like to continue. And the board, the people that's on the board now is things that you know happen in this district and ain't nothing you can do about it, but they're gonna talk about it. And the less you talk about it, the more they'll know. They assume you know something, but we got to be together because our kids need an education. Our kids don't have any place to go. They don't have anything to do. And lately I've been going down to by Wings and thing, and a couple of those young people was in Stone Brunson, and they played ball for Calvary. But the main purpose is we can't outdo each other as a board member or citizen of the community. But when you're not putting forth no effort to rake the grass, you shouldn't talk about it. We got people that don't know. We have kids that graduated right now that don't know how to read. So, and they don't know how to talk to you. They'll cuss the Arabs out and everybody else. But that we got to stop that. You know, I don't have no, I told my daughter, my mom always told me, selling business make better friends. I'm not gonna sit around talk about Mr. Triplett can't read if I can't help Mr. Triplett. So what I'm saying as a board, I think the board's strong. You make comments, you don't try to micromanage somebody. Dr. Townsend is in charge, go to him in a way. To Dr. Townsend, I was reading yesterday, boom. Now I read all about the water. He already had a statement in the paper that every building was checked in the water. So a lot of people say, well, why you pay $2 for a newspaper? I don't know how to go on Facebook, don't want to. I guess I pay $2 for a newspaper because at least I can keep up with some news that's going on in the community. But more average time, it don't be right because they want you to be bad. You got people in this community that go to church with you, that sing and praise God with you and put you down. I know what I'm talking about. I can name them, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna do what I have to do. Lou, what happened? I don't know. She don't never know nothing. So no, I don't. Goodbye. Thank you, President. Keep doing what you're doing. That's it.
Thank you, Trustee Buchanan. Next, we have Treasurer Creighton. Thank you. I don't have much. One thing, I'm over here, and I'm hoping, like, I hope Dr. Townsend will be gracious enough to give his staff a few hours delay for the 10 p.m. meeting. And then the other thing is just that, you know, we have to keep doing what it is we're doing and remember that working together puts the unity in community. And so I think that's what this work is about. Sometimes it's tough work, but the work is worth it. So let's work on community unity. Thank you. And I just want to make sure it was heard. Creighton advocating for a late start of the workday for our chiefs. Not sure if they're gonna say what that offer was. Make sure that she puts it on the record that we acknowledge that they're late. So I support that. Taking up tomorrow. Okay, next we have Secretary Fiscal.
I want to say, you know, we've had some workshops and some things with MASB. We probably need to go back and look at how it really looked at the meeting as a whole. so we can get some things done. 'Cause I think that we're out of the storming, and I think we're actually forming as a board. Even though sometimes it gets, I can say to my colleagues that I have grown to respect you all in your various capacities and roles on the Board of Education. So that's something that we can look, hopefully we'll be able to go back and look back at, and I think we'll be able to move quickly. And then we do have the actual business where we're voting, and what you have to go ahead and work it through now. We know a little bit more than what we did at the beginning. Congratulations to the district in its entirety for the report that we got to relate to the general fund balance. That's very encouraging, to say the least. I've been on this board for 11 months, and so now I'm clear. I've seen enough where I can say not what I heard, but what I know. And I will be able to operate in that vein moving forward. Madam President, I don't think that you will ever know how proud I am, seriously, of the work that you're doing in this call to action for this community. It's a lot of work. And I think when I look at this Board of Education, when we get to that, I can remember storming, we stormed for a long time, you know, performing. I just can't wait, you know, for us to get to that performing level, because I think it's going to be absolutely amazing. That's basically it. But I do want to close with this. I'm just not pleased in a lot of areas. And I don't think that it's right. I really don't. And when I start feeling anxiety, I mean, like serious anxiety to open up emails as it relates to this district, or to have to come and sit with people in this district is very disheartening, to say the least. But I made a vow for 4 years of service to the citizens and the children of this community, and I'm going to press my way to fight to the end. But we must be integral, and we've got to be integral, and we need to respect people. We really do.
Amen.
This is not a game.
Sure not.
It's not a game, and when people are coming in here saying that that they scared Tina, I'll say for Ms. Johnson has fought for Ben Harbor area schools right alongside with me when everybody else was giving up. But when she come here and say that her baby is afraid, and I shared with the president or the superintendent that a couple of nights ago, I had nightmares all night long. And believe it or not, it's so ironic that she would come, because when I was visiting that school, I saw her son moving around in that school, and his face kept coming before me. And I'm serious about that. I saw him moving, and I think that it is horrible for kids to have to be in school and be afraid. You can sit here and play like you can't see. You may have yourself aligned with something. You may have joined on to something that you shouldn't have. But everybody sitting at this table can see. Seriously, they can see. Nobody, y'all from here. Stop. This right here is not about no friendships and all that stuff. This is about what these kids deserve. This bullying,
education,
and our kids being bullied and harassed like that. That's not cool. And I close with that. Teachers too.
Vice President Bradley?
Real brief. I worked on the loan, looking forward to this weekend, the annual leadership conference. I went up in 2019 to Traverse City. And I've been looking forward to it ever since, even though 2020 got canceled.
I'll get it back to you in a minute. I got to go.
And I'm taking classes up there as well, capital planning,
I'll get it to you in a minute.
few training sessions as well, they're gonna have some general sessions as well, and, you know, that, so look forward to dialogue with some of the fellow board members across the state, and that's it.
Okay, so I will be very brief. I will attempt to. I'm really excited about the positive audit results. I'm really excited about the pay increases for our teachers. So awesome job to both our HR and our CFO chiefs. Also very excited about the literacy grant presentation that we received, and just knowing that we're focusing on literacy and diversity in literacy. That's extremely exciting. Excited about the updates provided by Dr. Townsend as far as potentially entering the conference for athletics. Excited about our new student leaders that we have that are here speaking for our students who will be on curriculum and facilities, so we have eyes on the ground as a board. Although we are 50,000 feet there right on the ground, and can give us insight from the student point of view. And so that's the thing that I think that's most powerful about them being placed on those two committees, so we can really get their feedback and input on where we can improve in our curriculum and our facilities. So super excited about that. Just want to thank our board for being here, our chiefs, our superintendent, our support staff, our staff that keep us secure. We do appreciate you, and we want you to know that we value your efforts and your time that each of you give to being here with us so that we can conduct the business of this district. You are all greatly appreciated. Lastly, I would like to encourage my board, even though our meetings are lengthy, I think that we can do better at maintaining our attendance and our professionalism throughout the meeting. So there's a few things that we do that are in our board norms, but we ignore them, the side conversations. Rumbling the paper bag, snacking, things that make it difficult for us to pay attention to our board meetings. I know as time goes on, we get kind of silly and tired, and I expect that, and that's perfectly fine. We want to make sure that we're respecting this at a professional business table, and that each of us are operating as individual CEOs, sitting at the table, and not just community members. I think this trip is called it as a choir of the meeting. So we want to respect the professionalism of the board table. And so I know that this is our first year together collectively. I think we've had a good practice run at conducting the business of this board, but I would challenge all of us to take it to the next level of professionalism in 2022 so that we can ensure that we are guiding our district in the best light and manner. So those are all of my comments for this evening. If there are no other concerns, can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion. All right, so the motion was made by Secretary Triplett and supported by Vice President Brad. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Hearing none. Secretary Triplett.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton,
No. Yes.
Trustee Bowen,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Lou Buchanan.
No, I don't
Okay,
want to.
motion carries.
Say goodbye to yourself.
Who said that thing about myself? I know you ain't gonna leave me here.
Girl, you had me cracked. Okay, make sure your mic off.
10:09 PM.
Let me use your phone.